у кожного навушнички. В них є 3 режими рычажочка. Перший він зараз це OFF, виключений, ще є 2. І буде загорятися така лампочка червоненька – це український канал, зелена – це англійський, основний канал. Прошу, кому необхідно, включіть. Для наших учасників онлайн, я сподіваюся, ви чуєте мене. У вас в Zoom є знизу на панелі інструментів кнопочка Interpretation або переклад, залежно який у вас інтерфейс. Там ви можете також вибрати англійську та українську мову. Я зараз перейду на англійську мову і good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear partners. Welcome to our office here, Kyiv, and for those online as well. On behalf of GIZ, the very warm welcome to our workshop on digital and sustainable transport and logistics. Our workshop is organized by the project Eastern Partnership for Trade and Transport, or ESTNT in short, in collaboration with our valued partners from Transport Innovation Association from Lithuania. My name is Igor Blinov. I am the National Coordinator for ESTNT project for Ukraine. Today is the second day of our workshop, and our focus today switches from customs topics, which were yesterday, to digitalization of transport operations today, including decarbonization through digital tools, digitalization of road permits, modern control systems, and transition towards smart enforcement. We also highly appreciate your presence today with the participants from different institutions, including government authorities, associations, research organizations, universities, and NGOs. One organizational remark: for security reasons, in case of air alert, we will stop our event and strongly invite you to proceed to the shelter which is situated in the parking level. Our GIZ staff will guide you there through the second door in front of the reception, and our event will continue after the end of the air alert. And I hope that the knowledge gained today and shared by our trainers will bring value to your everyday business, but also advance the reforms in transport and logistics sector in Ukraine. This leaves me only with one thing: to wish you the very excellent and impactful workshop. And I am very pleased to give the floor to our friends from Transport Innovation Association to present the agenda for today, their introductions, and proceeding with the core part of our workshop. Have a very productive day.
Igor, thank you very much for a very nice introduction. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for coming. Really nice to see always full audience. So today we have 4 presentations. Basically, will be conducted by me and my colleague Aivaras. I'm about myself. I'm working more than 10 years in transport and logistics. My research experience: I was 4 years as a deputy minister in the Ministry of Transport and Communication in Lithuania, and I was responsible for transport, logistics, and roads. And Aivaras is our partner from international company MC Mobility, and he also has very rich experience because he used to work as a deputy director in the Lithuanian Road Administration. He was responsible for ITS, planning, innovations, and so on. So we will start from the decarbonization topic. Aivaras will head this presentation. Then I will present you road permits, bilateral road permits, and its digitalization tool. And we have lunch break, and afterwards, together with Aivaras, we will have a presentation about digital and innovative control and smart enforcement. And afterwards, we will have, I think, discussion, roundtable discussion, and we would like to ask your opinion as well. So please be active, please be free to interrupt us anytime, and we will be happy to assist with our questions and to have discussion. So now I will give floor to Ivaras. Ivaras, please. Great success.
Okay, thank you, Julius, for the introduction. So as you mentioned, my name is Ivra, so don't try to remember, it's too difficult, I always know, so that's, yeah. Sometimes, so the first presentation will be, okay, so the first presentation from our side will be about the carbonizing transport with digitalization. My presentation will be, let's say, from several parts. So first of all, we will talk about the existing problems. Then we look, let's say, for the possible solution like platforms, tools, and impact, of course, and we'll and we show several real case examples. It doesn't work, this one? Okay. Oh, it's working, okay. So the scale of the problem. The transport sector is responsible for nearly 1/4, 25% of global direct CO2 emissions from fuel combustion. The share is even higher, for example, in developed economies like in US. It's nearly 30% of CO2 emissions in the US. And what is very important, that unlike other sectors, transport emission have been raising all the time in the last 2 decades. It's raising every year. So the main breakdown of the global transport emissions. So road transport 72%. It's a look at this number. Aviation 30.4, maritime 13.6, and rail only 0.5%. So the road transport, the clear majority, with the freight trucks being a significant and growing portion in these emissions. And the railway is the most efficient but very underutilized for the freight. So the road transport is the main problem, let's say, for the CO2 emissions. So the hidden carbon of inefficiency is very important as well to understand this. The problem isn't just the fuel we burn, but the fuel we waste. For example, port congestion. Ships and trucks spend days idling, burning fuel while waiting to be loaded or unloaded. Empty miles. Globally, it is estimated about 20 or 30% of the truck miles are empty. And of course, the last one is administrative bottlenecks. Trucks idling at border crossing, waiting for paper documents to be stamped. So why this matters? So it's a dual crisis. So the first one is a climate impact. So transport is a primary driver of climate change and directly linked to extreme weather events. And the second one is a human health impacts. Emissions from road and maritime transport are the major source of urban air pollution, leading to severe respiratory illness. So that traffic jams in the cities is a very, very huge problem for that. So let's talk a little bit regulatory. So as you know, the Paris Agreement 2015 set the global goal to limit warming to well below 2 Celsius degrees and preferably 1.5 Celsius degrees. So this puts pressure on all sectors. International Maritime Organization. So in 2023, ships now are graded from A to E on efficiency. So they introduce emission indexes. And here it is goals, let's say for medium terms, for longer terms. So for example, for 2030, 2040, 2050 goals, so net zero greenhouse gas emissions by around 2050 with interim goals for 2030 to reduce by 20-30% and by 2040 to reduce by 70 or 80%. So the Europe's ambition, let's talk about that. So the EU Green Deal. The EU flagship policy to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. So this is not just suggestion, it's a legally binding target. And the biggest challenge is the transport sector, is a primary focus with a target of 90% reduction in transport-related emissions by 2050. So that we need to reduce by 90%. It's almost everything to reduce. It's very, very, very optimistic, let's say, optimistic goals. So the Fit for 55 package. So key transport policies. So emission trading systems expansion. So maritime shipping is being phased into EU emission trading system. A new separate emission trading system for road transport and buildings is established now already. New CO2 standards for vehicles, so stricter CO2 standards for new cars and vans. New binding CO2 reduction targets for heavy-duty vehicles, trucks. And of course, alternative fuels infrastructure, so mandates for EV charging and hydrogen refueling station all across EU. Other global examples, not from EU as well. So, USA, EPA Smart Way program. So, a voluntary partnerships that helps freight companies measure, benchmark, and improve fuel efficiency and emissions. And this Smart Way program for partners have saved almost 400 million barrels of oil since 2004. It's a very, very effective program, but what I want to mention, it's a voluntary partnership. It's not mandatory. But it's still a very, very good example. In China, for example, Green Freight Initiative as well. So national policies promoting cleaner trucks, alternative fuels, and more efficient logistic operations. So it's not only in Europe or EU. It's in other countries as well. This problem is very, very important. So we're looking for solutions as well. We are not alone in Europe. So let's talk about a little bit policy tools. So EU aims for climate neutrality, as we mentioned, by 2050, and the European Green Deal. In EU, transport sector accounts about 25% of EU all greenhouse gas emissions. So growing regulatory pressure for transparent emissions accounting. So EU introduced Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which requires large companies to report emissions, but scope of directive will gradually expand. So that will be mandatory. It is already mandatory to report about the emissions. And EU proposed count emission proposal, reference of ISO standard 40083 methodology for transport reporting. So that's the main document on which you are reporting about the emissions. So who is reporting on what? Scope 1, so direct emissions. So direct emissions from company-owned vehicles, equipment, and facilities. Scope 2, indirect emissions. Indirect emissions from purchased electricity, heat, and steam. And the third one scope is a whole value chain emissions. So all other indirect emissions in the value chain, including some subcontracted transport. Sometimes it's very big numbers. For example, 75% could be of total emissions. So methodological background. There are on, let's say, two main methodologies. So that is a GLEC. This GLEC framework provides guidance on the calculation and reporting of freight transport system chains and operations. And this framework was introduced in 2016. So the GLEC is the Global Logistic Emission Council, let's say. And as I mentioned before, ISO standard 40083, and the standard is based on GLEC framework with objective of providing an internationally accepted and established format for the calculation and the reporting on transport-related greenhouse gas emissions. So there are two main methodological background. So let's talk about calculation granularity. There are main three types. So tank to wheel, it is direct operational emission from fuel combustion. Well to tank, so upstream emissions from fuel, energy production and distribution. And the last one is a well to wheel. It's a complete emission footprint, includes a refrigerant, leakage, idling, cleaning operation, and energy infrastructure. So there are four pillars. The complete coverage, the all operation in the transport chains, comprehensive greenhouse gas emissions, so all gases, not only CO2, but including CH4, N2O, and so on. Life cycle, the full life cycle, not only one, but full life cycle. And well to wheel emission, including energy provision as well. And of course, the last one is a global IMF which harmonize those documents, ISO standard and greenhouse gas protocol and industry standards. So these are four pillars how we calculate emissions. So that's the several examples of the technique how we calculate. So first of all, we calculate transport activity. So it's based on ton kilometers. So then we identify emission intensity based on transport operation category. And thirdly, we got emissions activity multiply emission intensity, and that is a total greenhouse gas emission. So how it's a simple technique, how we calculate total greenhouse emissions. So what we need to calculate and what kind of data we need to use. There are three types. So the primary data, it's a direct measurement and actual consumption. So that means that the highest accuracy are the most reliable data. If you don't have such data, we can model the data. So calculation using available operational parameters. And the last one, it's a default data, industry averages. So this lowest accuracy, the last resort. So that the primary data is the best, But if you don't have, we can model it, or maybe you can use just averages of industry. So the data quality and sources. So adopting GLEC framework methodology is very important to secure management commitment. So management must be engaged in this process. Integrate into business processes and systems. So incorporate calculations into in existing systems like time management system, enterprise resource planning systems. Calculate the emissions using primary data where possible, as we mentioned before. That is the most accurate data. So establish emission baseline using primary data where is possible. So if you can use it and you can gather primary data resources, it's very, very important because you're getting the, let's say, the best results, the most accurate results about the total emissions. Report with third-party assurance. And the last one, act on results for continuous improvement. So integrate emission into your, let's say, company or agency KPIs. Set the science-based targets just to understand, are you reaching goal or not? So what does it mean digitalization in transport? Is the use of data connectivity and software to build a smarter, more predictive and more efficient transportation system. Before, that's analog, let's say what we have before, it's a paper logs, radio calls, fixed schedules, reactive maintenance. And after that, or already digital, that means real-time data, predictive estimated time arrivals, for example, in logistic or ports or airports, dynamic routing, automated process, and predictive maintenance. So how digital can fight carbon emissions? So digitalization provides visibility. Visibility allows for optimization. Optimization leads to efficiency. And efficiency is the fastest path to decarbonization. And the message is that you can manage what you can measure. So digitalization lets us measure everything. So asset optimization, the fourth lever. Getting more from less. So the problem, empty miles, partially full containers, and idle assets. Truck, ships, and burning fuel for no reason. So what could be the digital solution? For example, digital freight matching platforms to fill empty trucks by hauls. Or the second one may be AI-powered load consolidation to ensure that every container and truck is as full as possible. The second one, route and speed optimization. Finding the most fuel-efficient path. The problem, trucks stuck in traffic jams, ships sailing too fast, hurry up and wait at the ports, and drivers taking inefficient routes. So the digital solution could be dynamic routing system that adjusts to real-time traffic and weather, just-in-time arrival platforms for ports, allowing ships to slow steam, saving massive amounts of fuel, and of course, to ensure every container and truck is as full as possible. Process automation, reducing friction and idling. So the problem, trucks idling for hours at borders, warehouses, and ports due to manual paperwork, inspection, and gate processing. So the digital solution, which helps, for example, digital custom clearance, single window system, automated gate system using OCR, or electronic proof of delivery. Data sharing and collaboration, creating a smarter integrated network. So, for example, the port doesn't know when the truck is coming. The terminal doesn't know what's on the ship, and the customer doesn't know where cargo is. So this information silence creates buffer waste and inefficiency. So the digital solution, port community system, for example, as a central platform for all stakeholders, terminals, custom haulers, to share the data, what we need. And real-time visibility platforms. So let's talk about real platforms. So what it is? So the first one is a transport management system, TMS. So that is a software platform used by shippers, for example, retailers, manufacturers, to plan, execute, and optimize physical movement of goods. So how it cuts CO2? So first of all, load consolidation, combine small shipments into one full truckload. The second one is a route optimization, uses algorithms to find the shortest, the most fuel-efficient route. And the third one is a mode selection. It's very important to select the best mode. So it helps choose between rail, road, or sea to balance cost and carbon. The second platform, fleet management system, is a little bit similar to previous, but of course there are some differences. So what it is? A platform used by carriers, truck companies to manage their fleet of vehicles using telematics and GPS. So how it cuts CO2? The first of all is driver behavior. So it monitors and corrects inefficient driving, hard braking, speeding, idling. Fuel management tracks fuel consumption in real time, identifying inefficient vehicles. And the third one is not very common, but still is very important, predictive maintenance. Schedule repairs before breakdown, keeping the engine at peak efficiency. Data sharing and visibility platforms. So control tower platforms that aggregate data from multiple sources, carriers, time management systems, Internet of Things sensors, to provide a single source of truth. Well, several examples. For port community system, national single windows for custom, for example, private platforms. And how it cuts CO2. Provides predictive estimated times of arrival. And this allows warehouses to prepare stuff, terminals, to schedule cranes and trucks to arrive just in time and eliminating system idling. So let's talk about tools. Tools number one is the Internet of Things. What is it? It's a network of physical devices, sensor gateways that collect and share data from the real world. So in transport is vehicle telematics, GPS, engine diagnostic, fuel sensors, smart containers, location temperature, and door opening sensors. And of course, smart infrastructure sensors in roads or ports that detect congestions. And this is impact. So it provides the raw, real-time data that all other platforms and tools needed to function. Big data and predictive analytics. The practice of analyzing massive, complex data sets, big data, to find patterns and predict future events. In transport, so analyzing years of traffic data to predict congestion hotspots, just to know where those traffic jams are happening. Forecasting cargo volumes at ports to optimizing staffing. And predicting an accurate estimated time of arrival based on traffic, weather, and driver hours. And it turns what happened into what will happen, allowing for the proactive rather than reactive decisions. So you know what happens in the future. So AI and machine learning, so artificial intelligence with machine learning. So what it is? The brain that performs the optimization. So AI models learn from data to make intelligent, automated decisions. Example in transports. Dynamic routing. Artificial intelligence finds a truly optimal route in real time, and which is too complex, for example, for human to calculate, or it takes very, very long time. AI for customs. Powers risk assessment engines. So yesterday we discussed about real cases studies, and we saw that it helps very much to do risk assessment. And predictive maintenance. So artificial intelligence models listen to engine sounds or sensors data to predict failures. Digital twins. So what it is, it's a living real-time virtual simulation of a physical assets, process, or system about your all assets. It could be port, could be logistic warehouse, everything. It's a copy, digital copy of your asset. So a digital twin of port, for example, mirrors every ship, crane, and track movement, and so on. It's a virtual reality. So in transport, simulate what ifs. What if we change the terminal layout, for example? What's the impact on the truck flow and emissions? Optimize in real time. The twin can find the single best move for crane or straddle carrier to minimize travel and fuel use. And it allows for massive efficiency gains to the tested and proven risk-free in a virtual world before being deployed in the real one. So OCR and intelligent document processing. OCR is optical character recognition. So read text from a scanned document, example, papers, invoices, and so on. And it understands what is written there. So in a high-powered, let's say, IDP, understands the context of the text. This is number in the invoice, for example, is a total. This name is a consignee. So when the OCR scan documents, I understand what is scanned there. So this is the key tools for automating administrative bottlenecks at borders and warehouses. It digitizes the paper trail, turning piles of form into structured data that software can process in just several seconds. Let's talk about several real examples, case studies. Port of Rotterdam Pronto, a platform and a data sharing platform for port community system for all port call stakeholders. So, and what it does? Shares a single just-in-time sailing plan based on terminal, pilot, and tugboat availability. And how it cuts CO2? Ships no longer hurry up and wait. They can use slow steaming, sailing at a more fuel-efficient speed because they know the exact arrival slot and time. And then terminals can pre-plan all crane and truck movements. And the impact is about 20% reduction in emissions per port call is possible, saving thousands of tons CO2 emissions per ship, for example. 20% is a quite significant number. Singapore's network trade platform, and is an example of national single window fault rate. It replaced around 40 plus paper forms and manual processes with a single digital portal, and all trade and custom documents, declaration, permits are submitted at one time. So how it cuts CO2? Eliminates paper, a massive reduction in physical resource, slower demand for the paper, as simple it is. Speed clearance, what took days now, it takes just several minutes. And reduces idling. Trucks no longer wait for paper processing, cargo moves from port to warehouse fluidly. So as NTP, so knows that network trade platform is a core part of Singapore's green trade strategy. A high-powered risk assessment for global customs. Tool is AI and machine learning. AI models can scan 100% everything of custom declaration before goods arrive. And they analyze complex data, shipper history, route, cargo type, value to assign a risk score. And how it cuts CO2. So it creates green lines. 90% of low-risk cargo is pre-cleared for immediate release. We don't need to check that because the risk assessment is already done by AI. And targeted inspections. Officers focus only on the 5 or 10% of high-risk cargo, which was calculated by AI. So what is the impact? So fewer unnecessary physical inspections, which require moving containers, truckings to laboratory and so on, and drastic reduction in port side congestion and truck idling times. The next case is logistic giants, DHL and Maersk. As we mentioned before, advanced fleet management system is very important as well. So what kind of tools they are using? So the first one is a Internet of Things and AI. So what they do? The Maersk they created a remote container management system and uses Internet of Things to monitor refrigerated containers reefers. This optimizes energy uses and prevents wasted trip to manually check them. DHL uses AI-powered routing and telematics to monitor eco-driving, less speeding, braking, better route selection. And what is the impact? DHL declares that it has improved its carbon efficiency by 35% since 2007. And you're using only one system, it's a fleet management system. And that's proof that digital tools like the fleet management system provide direct measurable CO2 and fuel savings for big companies like DHL, for example. So the impact. So digitalization is the most effective decarbonization lever available today. The first one is the route optimization. In average, based on, let's say, world experience, route optimization can reduce fuel consumption by 10-15%. Load optimization can reduce empty miles by 20-30%. Just-in-time arrivals can reduce shipping fuel consumption by 5-10%. And the process automation can eliminate millions of idling hours at ports and borders. So in total, if you look at these numbers, you can save at least, let's say, 40 or 50% if you're using all those tools. So green is profitable. So fuel saving is very simple. It's less fuel burn, millions in cost saving for companies. Operational efficiency, faster clearance, lower port fees, better asset turnover, more trip per truck. Resilience, a visible, predictive supply chain is less vulnerable to shocks in the market. And compliance, digital tools make it easy to prove regulatory compliance and avoiding fines for company. So what is the biggest challenge to introduce such systems? The problem is not technology, it's a trust. For example, carriers, shippers, ports, especially competitors, are hesitant to share data. And we have talked before, the data is the most important part of this. It's the first step if you want to use such system. So what could be a solution for this? So common standards, needs for global data standards, for example. In maritime, we do have, let's say, we're trying to do a global standards. Secure platforms, neutral platforms to share the answers. For example, check 1, 2, 3 is at 30 minutes late. And it's very important that these data are without sharing sensitive commercial data. So the future, a physical internet. The end goal is a fully integrated, autonomous and predictive logistic network. A physical internet where cargo moves as seamlessly as the data packets on the internet. Digital twins will manage entire corridors. We do have, let's say, virtual copy of your all network or assets and so on. And of course, AI, artificial intelligence, will do all decisions and calculations. And of course, the last one is the most promising, let's say, autonomous electric trucks will move goods 24/7. And that's what we need to meet our goals to reduce CO2 emissions by 90% if we want to become a neutral EU by 2050. So it's a big challenge. So, and the final slide from my side, it's a conclusion. So efficiency is the first fuel. Before we switch to expensive green hydrogen or biofuels, we must first stop wasting the existing fuel we have. And digitalization is the tool to stop this waste. Data is the new fuel. In digitalized system, the company with the best data and predictive ability will be the most efficient and the most profitable and the most sustainable. It makes sense. you can do a better business if you're using digitalization. And digitalization is not optional. It is essential, legally mandated, and commercially critical engine for meeting those 2030, 2040, and the last one, 2050 climate goals. So thank you very much for the attention. That was all slides from my side at this moment. So we do have several minutes to coffee break. Yeah, and that's time for questions if you have such ones.
Yeah, please use the micro so we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for nice and very exhaustive journey. I would like to ask two questions, please. The first is, what is your estimation of driver behavior impact? Because the figure is not presented in representation, but it's very big impact in our understanding. How to force driver to be more efficient? It's not easy question.
Okay, that's for example, the DHL company give us, let's say, estimation when they can save about from 10 to 15%. So the driver behavior, at least I think, let's say, 3 to 5%. It helps to reduce, let's say, CO2 or fuel usage.
Thank you. It's a reality. And the next question, please. If you're talking about carbon dioxide emission national inventories within the Europe and around the world, the most recognized instrument is developed by European Environmental Agency. Do the software and platforms you have mentioned today use such mathematical prediction instruments to estimate the fuel consumption in different ways of cargo transportation, routing, and so on and so on?
So what the question is, if you...
The question is about if you're talking about carbon dioxide emission.
Yeah.
We have internationally recognized instrument developed by European Environmental Agency to report for the governments, international community, what level of emission each country have, including road transportation.
You mean data?
I mean instruments for calculating of carbon
yeah, I know,
dioxide.
that's a,
Yes,
yeah, understand,
yes.
yeah.
Because actual data is not often reflect reality.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a really good question, because at this moment, almost every country, let's say, faces the problem, and we use only average, and it's not accurate data. Yeah, but it's it's the first step just to start to calculate and then to go with, let's say, as I mentioned in my presentation, with the primary data, real data. But at this moment, yeah, we're using only, let's say, most of them, let's say, average data.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clear answer. Thank you.
Unfortunately, at this moment, yeah.
Ivars, thank you for the presentation. I want to ask you a question. Does this mentioned AI driving platforms or other AI driving decisions count the or somehow can reduce or help to reduce the GNG emissions in case of facing some risk or difficulties such as like traffic congestion or I don't know, car crashing? How do they implement this in practice?
Hydrogens.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't have such examples. How do I implement those hydrogens? Yeah, let's say there are just several examples in this. So just to give a number, at this moment it's too complicated. It's impossible actually. Yeah. It's just like a works experiment. So I don't have such numbers. And
Ivarus, I wanted to ask, you mentioned GLAC methodology and ISO 14083 or however it's called. So maybe there are practical examples on how these methodologies are used either in Lithuania or other EU member states on the level of cooperation within the government. So for example, we have the EQ system, which was and is being implemented by the Ministry of Development, which results in curtailment of CO2 emissions. So the question is that within the government, there should be some mechanism to convey this information between the ministries to exchange. So how would it work, for example, or how it works, these solutions that are in place, how you track the progress in this, let's say in the country, and then how do you exchange with the European Commission if there are such cases, like, because then to collect it on the EU level, you also need some system and it should be harmonized. So is there such system in place or you're planning to develop it? Thank you.
It's working already in Lithuania, so we can provide such examples from our real cases from companies, how it works, so we can collect this information. And providing this information to you is very simple. It's an open system. You have to, this report must be attached to this system. That's also, but we can find several examples, real examples, because companies are already preparing those reports.
Ivarus, thank you for the great presentation, for a great journey. So the question is, there is a European study, Industry 5.0, that claims that by the 2040, the internet will become one of the largest sources of emission with the share of about 14%. So it is like a little contradiction. So the more we digitize, the more we get carbonized. So it turns that the more processes we digitize, the more emissions we cause. Of course, not in such amount, of course. But what we should do in these circumstances, maybe we should find the point of balance in it, and what is the point?
That's a good question. All times a dilemma. Of course, you are reducing, let's say, in road transport, but you, let's say, expanding emission from the Internet of Things and so on, because it's very as well using a lot of energy. Yeah, but the positive thing is, for example, if you are reducing CO2 emissions in, let's say, in cities, it's better when you have emissions, let's say, from where factories in the mountains or somewhere else. So that's a good positive thing about that. And of course, the last and the main, I think, it's a green energy, just to use a green energy everywhere. That's the solution.
Thank you for your presentation. And Ivarus, I want to ask you regarding this GLAC platform you mentioned. Is it open for testing, for example? Can we study how to use it?
Yeah, it's open. It's a, let's say, non-profitable company or agency, how it's called, GLAC. So you can open it and it's no problem.
Do we need any specific knowledge? I mean, you presented the general idea step by step, but do we need specific knowledge, for example? Can we study? For example, I'm from Transport University, and it's a good idea maybe to present it to our students to show how they can use it in their company in the future. Is it possible?
I don't think you need to something very special, let's say, knowledge for that, just to start and to show how it works. So yeah, if you work in university, I'm sure you can do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
The problem is you need to get the data, or just to create.
For sure, it's always so.
That's the problem, but just to using calculation, not such a big deal.
By the way, I have the second question regarding data. Is it open report which was made by this platform or not?
There are some open reports, and you can look at the, let's say, averages data and so what other companies are using. So there are recommendations and so on,
okay,
on average, but not exactly typical numbers for each case. So it's time for coffee break, I think, yeah?
Just 1 second. Will there be any questions from our online audience? We have a few people joining us online. Please, if you have, raise your hand or somehow indicate your interest. Not this time, maybe. Thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. We indeed will have 15 minutes coffee break. Everybody is invited to go left and then left once again to the room where the morning coffee was. Enjoy your coffee, energize, and be prepared for the next sessions.
I would like to ask you if you know, or if you, let's say, have some kind of relation with road permits. I think it's in Ukrainian дорожные дозволи, if I'm correct. So I'm just wondering who has some kind of, understanding and relation with this kind of, topic. So please raise the hand. Okay, but before we will go, I wanted to explain you a little bit, that basically should understand that all cargo operation, when it's like certain goods delivered in foreign country, is based on permits. There's almost just few cases, if let's say two governments have agreement that we don't need to use permits, but in general, like 90%, if let's say truck from Ukraine wants to deliver goods to, I don't know, Moldova, so we need to get permits. So it's very important, and for logistics cargo companies and also ministries of transport, this topic is very issue, so very important. So I was responsible for 4 years for this topic in Lithuania when I was working in Ministry of Transport and Communication. And well, I will try to show you what it is with road permits and why it's important to make them digital. Okay, so let us start. A little bit about myself. So I have more than 20 years experience in let's say public and private activities, and also graduated in South Korea, Master of Economics, and it was really happy that I could serve as a Vice Minister in the Ministry of Transport and Communication back 1 year ago, and now I'm just sharing my knowledge and my experience in international projects, and now I'm happy to be here with this GSG project. Okay, so let us a little bit discuss about our region. I'm talking about geographical Europe region and a little bit beyond. So we have basically four different permit systems. So TIR convention, I think the most famous. EU community license, this is let's say very important and actually must be implemented by EU member states. SEM system, this is multilateral quota, and of course the most important part, bilateral agreements between two governments. So let's go further a little bit to present all of these systems. So first of all, TIR convention, I think the most popular. 73 countries are part of this convention, of course Ukraine as well. And it's actually the main goal and the most important goal to facilitate movement of cargo between different countries. As a rule, if the cargo is correctly with all documents and don't have any suspicion, so it will be checked only in the beginning and the final destination, unloading place. So basically it can cross through the all TIR convention countries without being checked in the customs. So it's very convenient, and actually it's very useful and widely used. So this is the first system. Yes, so we have another one, EU community license. So every transportation company which is established in EU should have EU community license. Usually EU community license is granted for 5 years, and of course you should when you're applying, you should meet some criteria, financial criteria, staff criteria. You should have appropriate staffs like transport managers. Fleet criteria, you should have your own fleet, and when you meet this criteria, you will get EU community license. So it means you can do cargo operation in all EU territory. Of course, there are some limitations. It does not mean that by having this license, let's say Lithuanian company can do cargo operation without any limitation. So I think you have heard about this cabotage operation restrictions. So still some EU countries, basically old member countries like France, Germany, they are somehow protecting their market. So there is like cabotage operation limitation. So let's say it means that per 1 week, the foreign company can do free cargo operation inside the country. Let's say if good is delivered from Lithuania to France, so afterwards in France you can do just free operation in 1 week. I don't understand this kind of limitation, but it's like in EU law. So we should know, of course, our companies should meet and should know, should keep in order not to get no fine. Yes, so another, this is very important, CMT license based on multilateral quota. So it's a system which belongs to this system belongs 43 countries, Ukraine as well, and to all countries it's agreed among governments certain quota, and you can see that I just chose from the quota. Let's say Lithuania has 171, Ukraine, of course, is much bigger, has 379 licenses. It's very important to understand that if a country decides to use this quota for Euro 5 or Euro 6 trucks, so the quota can be multiplied by 10 and by 14. So it means that from, let's say, 171 can become, if you're using this very eco-efficient trucks, can be increased to the more than 2,000 licenses. Why this is needed? Because this organization, International Transport Forum, actually encourages companies to use very new and very efficient trucks in order to reduce CO2 emissions. Yes, and that's very important to understand that basically quota with CMT license is annual license. So a company which has CMT license, it can operate like many times, like 20, 30 times in 1 year. So this is very popular and very good to know solution how to make this trade efficient. But of course, the biggest problem that the quota itself is very small. Again, some countries, they don't want to increase anymore because also they protect their own markets. And the last thing, I think the most important, I think that about 90% of all cargo is done based on bilateral agreements. Bilateral agreements is between two governments signed international agreement on international road transportation. In this agreement, usually there's certain regulation, quota, what type of agreements, how this quota is delivered, and so on. So, for instance, my country, Lithuania, has more than 30 agreements, also with Ukraine. Some countries have 60, 70. It depends on how, let's say, cargo operation is done in your country. Usually, we have like 3 different types of bilateral agreements. So, bilateral permits, transit permits, and third country permits. Let's go to the next slide. And you can ask why we still need this kind of agreements, why we need to know permits. It's like really old thing from the, I don't know, like 50, 60 years. But the main reason that there's huge difference between standards and economic conditions. So some countries, some rich countries, they protect their own markets. They just don't want to come, to let come foreign companies and take away like all cargo operation inside the country. So yeah, so fair competition, ensure compliance with legal, safety, and environmental standards, custom and taxation control, prevent illegal and sanction transport goods. Let's say now this topic is very important. So at least in my country, if we see if some country consistently tries to deliver sanctioned goods, so we just can reduce the permits quota. So we did this with Central Asian countries, and also regulate cross-border traffic. So now I will go to the road transport permits types and permit-free regimes. From now on, I'm talking about bilateral permits. So the most common type of permit that allows cargo transport operation between two countries is just simply named bilateral permits. Example, like I just took, two countries. I did not take in this example Ukraine. I will explain why later. So let's say Georgia and Lithuania agree on certain quota of bilateral permits. So Lithuania provides these blank permits to the Georgian authorities. Then the Georgian authority distributes to Georgian carriers. And with such permit, Georgian carrier may load cargo in Georgia and transport into Lithuania and vice versa. So this is bilateral permit, just cargo operation between two countries. This is the most popular, the most common type of permit. Another permit which names transit permit. So transit permit allows to pass the territory. Let's say again, we have case Lithuania and Georgia. So Lithuania issues transit permit to Georgia. Then Georgian carrier has the right to load cargo in Georgia and pass through Lithuania to another country, let's say Poland or Latvia. So it's just transiting, By having transit permits, we just can transit. And we have another very important and obviously very deficit permits, so third country permits. So yeah, I took Lithuania-Ukraine example because it actually exists. So let's say Lithuania issues a third country permit to Ukraine. So in this case, Ukrainian carrier has the right to load cargo in Moldova. This is third country, or let's say Romania, or I don't know, or Poland, and deliver to Lithuania. So you can take goods from another country and deliver to the Lithuania. So this is transit. This is third country permits. You might ask if we have such situation when we don't need permits. Yes, we have. We have so-called road permits free regimes. But this is still a very rare case. So a permit-free regime for international road transport can be established by bilateral agreement between two countries. It also might be established by international organization like EU and country. And also should understand that usually there are absolute no limitation. There's still left some let's say regulations and some limitations. So I think the most famous case, and you should know all of you, what EU did after brutal Russian invasion to Ukraine. EU granted a free permit regime with Ukraine and Moldova in 2022 June for 1 year. And now these basically agreements are extended, and now it exists until the 2027, 31 of March. So it means for you, for Ukrainians and Moldovians business cargo companies, there is no need any permits, so you can deliver goods to Europe, and you can deliver goods to the another countries. Let's say to deliver to, I don't know, to Serbia by using EU territory. But there is only one limitation, that you need to know. Still, you need third country permits. So this agreement does not allow to operate to the third country. So let's say Ukrainian company cannot load the goods in Moldova and deliver to European country. In this case, the permit will be needed. But anyway, this is very, very, very nice, and I think very good example how we can cooperate and how we, let's say, reduce this kind of restriction. So now, basically, I think for the really understandable reasons, Ukraine and Moldova has, I would say, almost free regime of cargo operation with EU countries. Yes, another important topic, because Actually, yesterday we had a lot of customs officials. Maybe also you are aware a little bit about customs, functions and customs, workload. So just I would like to mention that in this, permits, topic, it's very important to know, very crucial customs role. In our case, if we want to have efficient control of permits usage, so we need to involve customs. So in countries which have border control, I think it's a Ukrainian case, we have full border control, because Lithuania we don't have, because we are part of Schengen, we don't have border control in our, let's say, European border. So in countries with border control, so custom authority can check 100% of permits usage. There different actually understanding. Some customs, they don't check because we are checking that it's not our business. Some customs are very deeply involved and we are checking, and basically if you don't have valid road permit, you will not enter to the country. I don't know what is Ukraine case, but I believe that most likely your customs are checking on some certain criteria. If we have suspicion, but we are not checking 100%. Yes, as I told, in countries where there's no border control or only limited border control, like such as in Schengen area, so customs may use their resources to check permit usage during road inspections. Also, it's very important to involve customs in checking fake documents, to detect fake documents, because usually in all countries, customs have know-how, how to check and validate if certain document is fake. So let's say in my country, customs if, let's say, the road authority or police stops the car, stops the truck and see that this road permit can be faked, so they bring to custom laboratory and customs can say this permit is fake or not. So in general, based on my view, it's very important if you want to know situation and to control this usage of road permits, you should involve customs in this let's say system quite significantly. Yes, so now I explain about road permits, about their types, about why these permits exist. And now I'm moving to the second part of my presentation, road permits digitalization. So you should understand that now, in most cases, we have papers, like permits, like paper, where usually the country sends blank to another country, and then the company, before doing operation, should fill like, let's say, the cargo, the destination, the time, the route, so a lot of paperwork, a lot of filling by hand, and of course a lot of possibility to make mistake. But in general, why we need to make transport permits digital? So, of course, it's high cost and difficulties regarding with physical permits to exchange, to store, to distribute. Also, very limited tracking capabilities. I mean, it's almost impossible to track them. If, let's say, where they use, if, let's say, the information which are filled in permit corresponds to the reality, it's almost impossible to check. Also, very difficult to control road permits usage because it's almost impossible to apply ITS control options. Also, we have, I think, on quite regular basis, delays in permits delivery because, let's say, if we exchange permits with Mongolia, so we should send these blanks, like few boxes, in very safe post, so it can like be delivered in 1 month. So just imagine, 1 month, we are waiting, permits, we are calling the ministry, where's our permits? We cannot do operation. We're just saying, oh, we're just sending, we don't have flights to Mongolia, so sorry for that. So, I mean, the situation is like this today. Also, we have operation problems for hauliers in cases of lost, damaged, stolen permits, and of course, risk of high penalties, because at least in Lithuania, the average fine of not using or, let's say, fill it incorrectly, about 5,000 euro. So it's like money. So yeah, just few examples. Here you can see like ESMT permit. It was like mistake, and we should revoke like thousands of permits. Here you can see like these blanks, permit blanks stored in the warehouse, because you should have like some archive for the audits. And here you can see like the journal sheet, so the driver should fill all this information by hand, and it's little like very complicated and not efficient. This is current situation. And of course we have a good news, and I think it will be a turning point that maybe you also have heard from 2026, like in 1 month, 1st of January, SEMT permits will be fully digital, and the test system is already available. I strongly recommend, if you are working with transport and logistics, to try this test system. I did this by myself. It's very easy to let's say to simulate some kind of activities. When you will be ready, when actually from the 1st January, when the system will be fully digital and will not be any other way as to use the system. So also from the 1st of November, 1 month ago, the system was open for control authorities. So I believe that also Ukrainian authorities, customs, road inspection are using and simulating. And yeah, so we have a little bit more than 1 month, and the system will be opened. Okay. Sorry, a little. Something happened. Yeah. Anyway, you can see. So SEMT digital system. What is the logic? How it will be? I mean, how it will be organized? So. Okay. So, first of all, license permit will be issued to a certain company on the digital platform. Or maybe should we wait a little bit? Okay, understand. Okay, so maybe we should a little bit wait or not? Okay. Thank you. So let's continue with our presentation with SEMT system digitalization. So how it going to work? So a SEMT digital permit will be issued to the haulier company, to the cargo company on the platform. When the cargo company should enter all information about trucks, trailers, drivers, all certificates like roadworthiness, insurance, and to put in the system. Afterwards, the road company can create a trip. So for a specific license, the company creates a trip record before departure, and the system validates the trip if all data is correct. When it's makes the green sign, and it means that you can start the cargo operation. It's very important. Afterwards, once trip is validated, the system generates a trip specific unique code or QR code linked to the license. And then, let's imagine that the trip started from let's say Vilnius to I don't know to Moldova or Ukraine, and control authorities can stop the truck, and we have special let's say applications. They can scan this unique QR code, and they can access to this permit all data and logbook, I mean history. So they can just easily with one scan have all data, and it's like really time efficient and very quick decision how to check. And also it's very important because from the 1st of January, all permits and all permits related data will be on the system, so it will be very easy for audit companies to, let's say, to load, to get this data and to make audits. And here I just as I told, now you can check, you can go to the test system and you can try by yourself, especially if you are working in logistics and and cargo area. So I did this by myself. So you can imagine that here I got for me was granted 4 virtual annual licenses, permits. Here you can see there is like what kind of you can see that here is for Euro 6, Euro 5, some limitation, validation, and then here I just started new trip. I added all information from Kaunas. You can see truck registration plate, number of kilometers to Chisinau, and I was approved. There is like this green sign. The trip has been activated. So it will be like this. The process will be for company in few let's say clicks. By adding information, you can get this digital permit. And then, after this license is approved, you can see this QR code, and you can see like also another QR code where it's like logo. So it's very easy. So the driver should have this QR code on his phone, or in worst cases, he just need to print this QR code. But in general, it's just okay to have PFD, let's say, file on his cell phone, and that's it. You don't need to do anything more. So how it's the way how the system is going to operate from the 1st of January. So this is I explained about one example of ECMT quota. Now I will present shortly in another very also, I think, popular and advanced decision, so Turkey e-permit. So basically, now in the market, we have 2 competing systems, ECMT, I just presented, and Turkey e-permit system. So Turkey e-permit system based on UNET transport automation system, and the carrier, the cargo company must register in this UNET system. And then National Transport Authority, in Turkey's case, is Ministry of Transport Infrastructure, via this UNET portal, will distribute bilateral permits to the transport companies. And again, transport companies should put all data like truck, trailer, driver's name, and also should authorize the certain permit. So the portal automatically will check if, let's say, this company has the right to do operation or not. Also, it's very important that at the border crossing point, let's say, the system operates like this, that at the border crossing points, when the truck with this Turkey air permit crosses certain border, the permit will be checked, and by real data also will be checked with the system if, let's say, he or she has the right to go to execute this cargo operation. So it's very important to understand that first e-permit operation between Turkey and Uzbekistan took place in November 2022. Now we're starting also with Azerbaijan, and we have discussion with many countries, basically like Central Asia, South Caucasus, and I think Moldova also. So now we are starting to build their own ecosystem with these e-permits. And here is like example how looks Turkey e-permit, digital e-permit. So again, you see some barcode, you see like some basic data, which system generates, and of course it's very easy to check, just to scan barcode by control authorities, and you can get all information, and you can basically see if it's cargo based on valid or not valid permit. And just how it operates. So as I told there's both transport operators, there's customs, which checks on the border time, real time data, and the system itself between two countries is exchanged by ministries of Turkey and Uzbekistan. This is like basic scheme how the data data exchange is set. So what's next? I explained about permits, permits digitalization, about recent trends, and what we are going to have in the future. So, according to my understanding and discussions which are now, let's say, in the international organizations and in the many ministers of transport, so it's just a matter of time when all permits and licenses will be fully digital, like 5, maybe 10 years. So we will not have paper blanks in the near future. Of course, digitalization will be based on existing national and international digital systems. So as I presented, two main ecosystems is ECMT and Turkey e-permit. Because you should understand that to create your own system from the scratch, from the zero, costs a lot and takes time, like 2 maybe years and so on. So it's more efficient to build your let's say, to digitalize your national permits on existing system. Efficient control, ITS will be used, ITS, intelligent transport system will be used to implement more effective monitoring of permit usage. Automated enforcement, so control and enforcement will be increasingly automated and by using all ITS devices, artificial intelligence solution, cameras, and real-time data. So it means that if, let's say, some truck will go without permit, so it will be caught by camera, and by plate recognition system, it will be automatically sent to the user, so without human intervention. And of course, interoperability. So different systems will be integrated to ensure seamless data exchange and coordination. So I mean that we have also different programs discussed yesterday. Let's say ECMR, insurance documents. So of course, in the future, I think with one QR code, the control authorities could check, all these, documents, all these requirements, including, road permits. So I believe I'm done with my topic. So let's now we have time. Let's now have discussion, and maybe I would like to know your experience. Your country experience. Of course, now you have this free regime as explained with you. You don't need road permits, but in general. So please ask, or please share your opinion. Yeah.
So I will start, and Julius, regarding the our existing system of the road permits regime with the EU, the last prolongation of it was some politically challenging, since the EU wanted from us not only to secure the this existing system, but also to somehow deep our reform in transport sector. And what is your opinion on the future of this agreement? Will it exist till the Ukraine will be will obtain a full status of EU member state, or it would last until the end of the full-scale invasion, or it would be somehow substituted by another regime, as it was with the free trade agreement with the EU?
Okay, very good question. Yes, basically, we all remember this kind of protests in Ukraine-Polish border. So it was basically, I was also at that time at the minister and was involved. It was this kind of, discussion or debate was made by Polish, transport companies, which they thought that you are taking, their market. But it was not true because for this permit, does not allow to operate like inside Poland, just from Poland to Ukraine. But anyway, this problem was, how to say, solved because it was some kind of additional restriction. Let's say now the driver should have some additional documents on. But anyway, this problem is, as far as I know, now it's solved and we don't have any issues. And regarding prolongation, I believe that after war, this kind of regime will be extended. Why? Because you and Moldova are accessing to EU. Because we have the same with Serbia. Serbia is also accessing to EU, and we have a similar agreement. So my expectation and my wish, of course, that this system after war will continue to work, because actually you are now accessing to EU. We are like going through all these chapters, and basically you should have some kind of benefits, even now. So it's not, it's not rational now, again, after war to cut this agreement, because already everybody get used, and it's like very important to deliver goods without any restriction from Ukraine and from EU to Ukraine. So I believe that the current agreement will be valid until you access to EU, and then you don't need this agreement in any cases.
Yeah, and I have also a following question regarding the control checks of road permits, like following our company's previous experience with introducing ATTN, so-called CMR, but internal one in Ukraine. Our trade operators who were participating in the pilot project often ask us about the control by the police officer on the road, and this mechanism of the checking the validity of the documents using the scanning option by the mobile app. Was there any issues regarding this in the EU while this was introducing some these types of permits? Any kind of difficulties suffered from businesses, and maybe there were some issues with the internet connection on the road if it's needed in this control measure and checking. Can you explain a bit more?
Yes, so basically it's very important to understand that EU, actually, if you're talking about SEMT, yes?
Yeah.
EU, it's not like a player in this, because it's like, it's only for SEMT countries, and not often, even not all EU countries, maybe it's like recognized. But your question is very good about this, let's say, controlling and checking, capabilities. So, let me show you few explain. Basically, there is left option that even without the internet, the control authorities can check, because there is unique code, everywhere. Like so, basically, I believe all control authorities, it's more like maybe road, we will have some kind of downloaded data in their apps. So in their computers, because usually we have some let's say some vans and with some systems, so we can in case there's no internet, so we can just put this code to the system, and system going to provide all information. So as I was explained, so the internet, the possible disruption of internet, is solved by this possibility. Of course, first of all, it's to scan, QR code, but if it's no internet, so just, the control authority should, because should, put this number and in the system, and it will get all relevant data. So we had a lot of trainings by ITF, online trainings also for control authorities. So I believe that also Ukrainian control authorities took part, and they know and they are prepared for this, let's say, situations when they going to need to check, permits.
Thank you. And I think,
Please.
yeah, I would have a following question. You introduced for us at least 4 common types of the permit licenses issued in the EU, like circulating in the EU. How do you think, what is the potential future for the development and maybe some innovations in the permit licenses? Maybe they would merge into some one agreed structure across the EU, or it would be still developed functionally or by the some state agreement. Would it be somehow reconciliation or merging in this road permits issues?
Yeah, so EU as an economic organization, political organization, with no permits. As I explained, this EU community license, basically you are allowed to make any operation, limitless operation, let's say Lithuania, Germany, Germany, Lithuania, and maybe you know that our transport sector is very, very strong. We have about 80,000 trucks which are basically working in Germany, in France, in Spain, in Italy. So it means that it's possible. So, but of course, if you're talking about trade between EU member states and third countries like Central Asia, I don't know, like South Caucasus countries. So of course, I don't believe that in the near future it will be somehow some merge. Of course, it will be based again this cargo operation on permits, but they will be digital. The one main difference that they will be digital, and it means a lot. It means that they will not be most likely faked. They will not be mistaken, filled, and will be like greater transparency. Transport authorities and ministries could trace the permit usage, and so on. So, because I don't know how deep you are in this, business, but there's really big problems. I can just say that, let's say, I've heard that in some countries, there's a big corruption, let's say in Central Asia countries, and they're selling. Can you imagine? Lithuania gives, permits, and for them it's big business. They're selling, like to companies. I mean, if you're a Kazakh, carrier, you cannot get free. You should pay money, We're just giving, like, by government agreement blanks, and they're, like, I don't know, somewhere making business. So it's this very bad, approach. So that's why we need to have made them digital. Because then we can see all, let's say, transactions, and it will be very difficult to do this kind of, gray schemes.
Yeah, and maybe the last question from me. You mentioned some corruption measures, like anti-corruption measure, and I'm interested, does any of this permit system ensure the involvement of small and medium businesses regarding they maybe have less opportunities to participate in this permit licensing system?
Yes, it's a very good question. You should understand that basically permits are distributed by national transport authorities or ministries. So let's say if Lithuania gives permits to Ukraine, so Ukrainian ministry distributes to the company. I mean, I don't know what is your rule. Every country has their own rule. Some countries have some priority for small, medium, enterprises. Some not. So of course, to my understanding, it should be like, because we have big companies, like we have thousands of trucks, we have small companies, we have one truck. So in my understanding, should be like some kind of quota for the small, if we want to keep the small, medium business, viable, we should, also grant to them. But this is every national, country, they have their own distribution rules. So I cannot comment, let's say, how it is in your country, but basically, I believe that Minister of Transport, can comment, and we have some internal rule how they distribute, these permits to the companies.
Thank you.
So we have time, maybe one more question? You're very active, thank you, but still we have like 30 people. I believe that, yeah, maybe your work of area not related with permits, yes? You're a bit different, you know. But anyway, yeah, please.
В своїй презентації ви сказали, що в майбутній цифровий дозвіл буде вкладуватись шлях руху транспортного засобу. От мене цікавить з попередньої презентації, коли сказали, що шлях руху транспортного засобу треба для проєктування шляху руху транспортного засобу треба буде отримати якийсь дозвіл третьої організації щодо декарбонізації самого руху транспортного засобу. Чи буде це враховуватись в цьому дозволі, що отриманий експертний висновок, що цей шлях руху, скажімо так, найбільш декарбонізований? Дякую.
Well, yeah, so let me start a little bit from the different angle. Yes, so now in Europe, especially big companies, they are very aware about this, route optimization and, decarbonization topic. So they have like their own internal systems, how to calculate, and optimize route. It's very important because, as my colleague told, you can save by up to 15% of cost of your journey. So of course, by using this permits, it will be based on route optimization, because you should also get to fill all information. Let's say loading, unloading points, route, like kilometers. So of course, it should be related, with route optimization and decarbonization. But as now, all companies, they have their own devices, their own systems, and they are optimizing route by different systems. We don't have like, let's say, we have of course this GLAC methodology, but the device itself, the system, where let's say applications are different, but they are very popular. So yes, to answer, these permits, all data in these permits will be based on route optimization and on the let's say this decarbonization, devices. Okay, so please.
Я теж українською, то запутаюсь. Ви говорили про ліцензію Європейського співтовариства. Вона, згідно регламенту 1071, зараз у нас в Європі має бумажну форму. А у нас ліцензія в Україні вже має цифрову форму. Під час вступу до ЄС ця ліцензія вже буде трансформована в Європейського Союзу в цифрову форму чи ні? Тому що тут у нас питання по імплементації цього ліцензії.
You're talking about driving licenses? Driving licenses, I just want to clarify, you're talking about driving licenses or about EU community licenses?
EU community licenses.
Okay. Well, EU community licenses, users need to get one time in 5 years, basically approves your company and it's on the system. I don't think so that you need to have any, let's say, document, because you are approved one time by national authority, and all European countries, authorities knows that which company has EU community license. So there's no any, let's say, paper. If you're talking about driving licenses, I don't know how it's in Ukraine, but we have now, I think, directive, yes, and it will be very soon also in all EU electronic driving licenses. So now, of course, we have still like plastic card, but we are now discussing, and in few years, now I think it's in final stage of approval with directive. It will be also electronic, fully recognized, driving licenses.
Можна я ще раз спитаю? Driving license, що ви маєте на увазі? Посвідчення водія чи авторизація водія третіх країн?
Driving licenses is like the official document which allows you to drive the car on certain category, like to drive passenger car or to drive truck. It's like approved, like document, official document, which is recognized in EU and all over the world. So I mean, like just simple document, like a passport ID, and also driving licenses. So it's like simple definition what is driving licenses.
В регламенті 1072, а там є авторизація водіїв третіх країн.
Can you please translate? Yes. No, this is what you are talking. This is a driver card. This is if you're going to the third country, you should get also for national authority. This we call this driver card. But of course, you should have national driving licenses, and this for the hauliers for drivers who doing international deliveries. We should have also this international driving car. So every national authority, let's say Lithuanian Transport Safety Administration, can issue this, this let's say certificate, or we may call driving licenses to the driver. Yes. So this is a bit different system. We have driving licenses, which let's say approves your ability to drive truck or bus anyway, and we have driver license, which requires for the international cargo operations. Let's say for let's say going abroad and let's say going across the Europe and all over the world. So yeah, we have two different basically cards.
Воно теж буде цифрове. It will be
No, at the moment we have still plastic card, still hard copy, but it will be digital in the future.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, please?
Well, if you don't have any questions, so yeah, please.
Є 15 хвилин. Будь ласка, подумайте, які питання були можливо спочатку сьогоднішнього дня, або що ви щось стосовно цієї тематики маєте на увазі. У нас ще є 10-15 хвилин перед обідом, щоб у вас було.
Yeah, lunch is not ready, so please.
I'm just telling you that 10 or 15 minutes. There may be questions related to the beginning of the day. I mean, also the last thing you presented. So there is a question.
Sure, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to raise a question regarding cybersecurity threats, especially taking into the current war in Ukraine and probably another situations around the Europe. Let's imagine then some days system is broken. Do we provide some alternative solution in paper?
Yes, this is very important question, and compliance and contingency topic is very, let's say, now highly raised. So, SEMT, the SEMT system will be which will be digital. So they actually, I talked with them about this question. So we will have servers in like 4 or 5 countries, and even not in Europe. We are not talking where, but it's secret. So it's basically we are prepared. And let's say if in some country, let's say France, yes, we have servers will be like no blackout, no electricity. So we will have backup servers. This is one way how to do. I mean, we should understand the real time, the geopolitics. So we should be prepared and backup of data, even national data to keep in different countries. I think a solution. One thing. Second thing, of course, as I already showed, that it will be option even without internet to check this let's say this permit validation by entering unique number, because all let's say control authorities will have system constantly will be updated, so we can check without internet, and we can get all let's say relevant information. So everybody is aware about these topics, and of course looking to solve and looking to prepare in order to cybersecurity attacks. This is a very good question.
If there are no questions as at the moment, sorry? Please just put it on the screen.
If you can.
For those online, we can, if you raise your hand and switch on your micro, we can hear you here in the room. So please feel free also to join the discussion. Right now we have your question at the screen and the training.
Yeah, just question is what is the process? But I don't understand what Mr. Sony means.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
May I ask the question to the speaker, please? What is the process? Maybe the process to get the permit?
No. I send you one more time. In
Just
Ukrainian language.
a second, we cannot hear you properly. Just give us 2 seconds for the technical team to solve this.
Okay. I send my question in Ukrainian language now.
Now we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. So if you can hear me, thank you so much, first of all, for having this call. Добрий ранок, добрий ранку. And my question is that I am AJ Sony, and I'm a Hungarian citizen from Indian origin. And I run a company in Dnipro, Rebuild UA, to help Ukraine. My question is that I also help hundreds of drivers from India in Europe. And we are planning to import medical devices and life-saving kits from Hungary to Ukraine. Zahony, the border town of Hungary, and from Zahony to Chop in Ukraine. My question is, are there any website or rules or regulation which we need to be aware so I can train my drivers? Thank you.
I just to react. One thing, what we discussed today, road permit. So I can assure that you don't need in this case any road permit, because as I explained, Hungary is part of EU, and Ukraine now we have this kind of free permit regime. So at least road permits you don't have any let's say, documentation, you can just, deliver goods freely. But of course, there is like, I think yesterday's topic about, all this, customs declaration, import declaration. So of course, you should fill this information. And I believe that you can find this this requirements in the Ukrainian customs, customs official site.
Okay, дякую. Thank you.
If there are no more questions, I think it's a good time to end this session and proceed to our lunch, which will be for 1 hour. So for those online, we will invite you to join us back at 1 p.m. Ukrainian time. For those colleagues in the room, please, you are invited to have a lunch, and we will continue at 1 p.m.
Дякую.
Thank you very much for being organized and back exactly at the time that we have planned to continue. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. So I hope you had a good lunch. And when during the lunch you have a Kiev cutlet, so the lunch is always good. I think the Kiev cutlet is the most famous cutlet in Lithuania as well. So we do have a lot of comments in that sense. So, and after the good lunch, it's always good to talk about sensitive things. So now we talk about, let's say, smart enforcement, control authorities, tools, and enabling technologies. So road transport sector regulatory complexity. The road transport sector is a backbone of most countries' economies and plays a pivotal role. The sector that road transport sector accounts approximately about 5% of EU gross domestic product, and more than 11 million people are employed across member states. For example, in Lithuania, we got much bigger, let's say, part of GDP. Lithuania is more than 10% road transport sector generates of GDP. And EU, more than, let's say, almost 500,000 companies are active in road freight transport within EU, with about 90% of them being micro and small enterprises operating fewer than 10 vehicles. The scale of the problem. Lack of enforcement harmonization. Road enforcement in EU now processes vary significantly across countries, resulting in a fragmented and inconsistent approach. Data management challenges. Legal restriction on information sharing, combined with continued reliance on paper-based and analog formats, creates structural barriers and leads to effective enforcement. Legislation complexity. Both operators and enforcement authorities must navigate a complex web of rules and requirements. Limitation of existing digital solution. Enforcement data is dispersed across various IT systems, leading to inefficiency and delays in decision making. So what is a smart enforcement? The smart transport enforcement represents a paradigm shift from traditional, manual, and reactive methods to a modern, automated, data-driven, and proactive system. So traditional enforcement. Traditional enforcement relies on physical officer presence, patrols, checkpoints. Largely reactive, responding only to incidents or visible violations. Resources intensive are limited in scale, and data is often processed manually. And what is smart enforcement? Smart enforcement uses technology to monitor compliance 24/7. Smart enforcement is proactive and predictive, identifying high-risk areas or behaviors. Automates detection, verification, and penalty processes. Smart enforcement is data-driven, providing insights for policy and resource allocation. The core goals of smart enforcement. Enhance driver welfare through guaranteed rest periods and wage parity. Improve road safety by reducing fatigue and enforcing better vehicles maintenance. And more uniform rules for performing transport operation. Yesterday we talked about the road safety goals in EU. And by 2030, EU are trying to decrease by 50% of road fatalities in Europe. So it's a big challenge to do that. It's only, let's say, 4 years left. And the trending is not very positive, actually, to be honest. Challenges and information needs in road transport enforcement. The first thing is effective enforcement requires access to reliable, up-to-date data. And inconsistent enforcement in EU road transport is a result of multiple challenges that enforcement authorities are facing now. Limited digitalization, lack of resources for enforcement authorities, insufficient harmonization and interoperability between countries, absence of smart system for targeted road enforcement. We don't have at this moment any one smart system in EU. So limited digitalization, so data sharing challenges. Information sharing, especially in cross-border scenarios, remains very challenging due to data protection regulations, GDPR, and very restrictive influence on enforcement exchange. Individual authorities employ different tools and procedures. In each country are different tools and different procedures in EU. So how can you create a one smart system in so many countries in EU? So it's a huge challenge. Limited access to digital information on transport operators, drivers, and vehicles. Physical documents such as driving license or registration certificate are often the main source of information. Limitations of cross-border enforcement. Authorities utilize advanced tools and software to access digital information regarding drivers, transport operators, and vehicles. So lack of resources for enforcement authorities. The increasing number of operators and vehicles in road transport, coupled with shrinking enforcement resources, present significant difficulties. Does anybody knows here, for example, what is the growth rate actually for transport, for example, across the Europe every year, each year? Can you imagine how many percent? Now, you're showing that, yeah, 4% every year. Trending is going every year. So if you calculate in 10 years, so how many? It's almost double. The lack of human, financial, technical resources is another challenge for enforcement authorities. So as we mentioned, transport is always growing and the resources are going down. While detection rates in both roadside and premises have improved, the efficiency of check conducted at the premises remains significantly higher than on the roadside inspection. But the biggest risk is on the roadside, not in the premises. Another challenge is the lack of specific competence. The number of trained officers analyzing digital tachograph data has declined. So we don't have officers, a lot more officers who can analyze digital tachograph data. Insufficient harmonization. In recent years, numerous tools and databases have been developed, often independently, leading to fragmented structures for collecting and exchanging information related to drivers, vehicles, transport operators, and carriers. This fragmentation poses considerable operational difficulties for enforcement bodies, which must gather and process information across multiple unconnected systems from different countries. The situation is further complicated by the division of control responsibilities among various authorities, each utilizing different tools and procedures which hinder sufficient data exchange and cooperation. And one of the challenges is obtaining additional information about drivers, transport companies, transport violation, etc. So if, for example, if you stop the car from the, let's say, from Slovakia or other countries in Lithuania, you don't have data about them. So you have to ask them documents, papers, and so on. You don't have the, let's say, digital system where you can open it just to see about him, the main information. So absence of smart system for targeted road enforcement. One of the key limitations of the current enforcement models is the absence of intelligent automated system that enables selective and data-driven targeting of enforcement activities. Currently, the majority of inspections are conducted randomly, without utilization of risk indicators, violation history, etc. You just stop in the car, random car, and that's all. You don't have it, it's a risky car or not. It's just like playing a card, you know. As a result, inspections are not only time-consuming and costly, but also very ineffective for both public administration and carriers. Furthermore, there is inadequate utilization of available data exchange mechanisms and registries, which despite their potential operate in fragmented manner without ensuring interoperability and comprehensive real-time data exchange. So the magnitude of the problems is intensified by the large majority of paper documentation. So let's talk about the main players. So the key players, control authorities. Smart enforcement empowers a range of public and private bodies responsible for overseeing transport networks. So the first one is a national and local police, responsible for traffic law enforcement, speeding, distracted driving, etc. Transport ministry and departments manage road infrastructure, traffic flows, and road safety regulations. Commercial vehicle enforcement, specialized agency, governmental agencies that monitor heavy goods vehicles for weight, driver hours, vehicle safety, and credential compliance. Municipal authorities, cities, manage urban transport, including parking, bus lanes, and low emission zones. And the last one is highway and toll operators, who enforce toll collection and manage safety in specific corridors. So the core toolkit enabled those, let's say, smart enforcement technology. So the first one is a data capture, the eyes and ears. The first one is a plate number recognition, automatic plate recognition, high-speed cameras that read license plates, forming the backbone of most automated systems. So that's, let's say, the most important technology in enforcement. It's a number plate recognition. Radar and LiDAR detect the vehicle speed, position, proximity. LiDAR can also classify vehicle types, let's say personal cars, buses, trucks, etc., and detect illegal maneuvers, U-turns, for example. The third one is a weight in motion, WIM sensors, as it's called. So sensors embedded basically on the road surface to weight vehicles as they travel at their typical speed. Acoustic sensors, microphones used to detect excessive vehicle noise, especially in the cities. And onboard units, OBU, and GPS mandated in the commercial vehicles, like digital tachographs, and used for road user charging. So there are main toolkits for the smart enforcement. Okay, let's go. Connectivity. No. Best one. So let's talk about connectivity. So for the connectivity using 5G and Internet of Things. And it's provide high-speed, low latency communication for real-time data transmission from sensors to processing centers. There's another one, it's a more fancy, let's say vehicle to everything, and allows vehicles to communicate directly with infrastructure and enforcement system. So it's quite new. It's not typical, but it exists as a technology. And for example, it could self-report of speed of credential status, but it's only for the newest, let's say, cars, and you have just infrastructure on the roads. The third one, the data processing. So data processing is based on AI and machine learning. The most critical element is artificial intelligence, who models analyze video and source sensors data too. So data complex violation, for example, mobile phone use, seat belts, non-compliance, verify number plate reads and reduce false positive. And of course, predict high-risk hotspots for accidents or congestion on your road network. Big data analytics. So ingesting and analyzing massive data sets, traffic flow, weather, violation history to identify trends and inform policy. And of course, cloud and edge computing, where all data are stored. So let's talk about key tools and real cases. Okay. So there are operational system that authorities use built from the enabled technology. So automated violation detection system, fixed or mobile units for speed, red light, and bus lane enforcement. Digital enforcement platforms, centralized software that manages the entire workflow from violation capture to data verification, owner identification, and penalty issuance. Real-time traffic management centers. So each big city has a traffic management center. So a central hub where authorities monitor network health using cameras, number plate recognition tool, and sensor data. They can dispatch patrols, change digital signage, traffic lights, and manage incidents. Predictive policing and deployment dashboards. Artificial intelligence powered tools that shows officers where and when patrol for maximum impact based on predictive analytics, not on what happened. And virtual wait stations, electronic screening, so system that pre-screen commercial vehicles at highway speeds, allowing compliant trucks to bypass physical inspection. So technologies, WIM sensors, plate recognition, vehicle credential database, artificial intelligence risk scoring. So how it works? For example, virtual weigh station. At truck, on the right side on the picture, you see those big gates. And a truck approaches an inspection pre-screening entry on the highway and miles before a physical weight station. WIM sensors in the road record its axle and gross weight of the truck. Plate recognition cameras capture its license plates. The system instantly checks the plate against a database for, let's say, safety rating, tax and insurance status, electronic logged device, and driver, for example, hours, how many hours he is driving. And after that, artificial intelligence model combines all data all together, weight, credential history, and generates real-time risk score. And you can see if it is truck risky or not. And if it just truck's very risky, you're sending the data to the police control and they are stopping this truck. So the benefits of this dramatically increases efficiency, reduces congestion and wait stations, and allows officers to focus time, let's say, for 10-20% of vehicles that poses the greatest risk. For example, in Lithuania, let's say we built a big station for the trucks control near Klaipėda, our port city, and each trucks must visit this, let's say, big gates and so on. But with the smart enforcement, you don't need that. Just risky trucks must visit, let's say, checkpoint, and not risky trucks can go as it goes to. Europe digital identity and business wallets. So there is an approach, and Julius told, let's say, in previous presentation that there is intentions to introduce this, let's say, business wallets and digital identity cards in the coming several years. So the main idea is, let's say, is the paperlessness, reduce of time on control, and the main benefit is the digital wallet system delivers interoperability and standardization in all countries of EU. So, but it still needs a lot of work to be done. The talks already started, maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago, but it's still not introduced. But we have several years left. So, automated speed and distracted drivers. So the key objective is reduce accidents by enforcing speed limits and tracking down on mobile phone use. So technology is what we need to use. Point-to-point average speed cameras with plate number recognition system or fixed point radar lidar. Distracting driving, roadside cameras with specialized artificial intelligence models trained to identify the posture object, for example, a mobile phone in your hand, and characteristic of driver is using mobile device. So that's very important because now in Lithuania, it's a very, let's say, this problem going up with the distracted driver, especially using mobile phone. And police doesn't know what to do. It's impossible to patrol on every road and to check are we using or not. So that's why we need a smart enforcement such. In the city, on the intersection, we already do have such cameras, but in normal roads we do not have at this moment. So how it works? A camera system of a mobile captures high resolution images of every vehicle. An artificial intelligence model analyzes the images for multiple angles, driver and windscreen, and potential violation, phone or to ear texting are flagged. And flagged images are sent to the human operator to final verification. And if at the office there is a check that is a final operation, we are sending to the police control, and we can stop this car. Urban access and low emission zones. So it's very important when you talk before, let's say, about the climate issue. So low emission zone is one of the most, let's say, important tool just to, let's say, increase or decrease CO2 emissions in cities. So objective is to improve urban air quality and reduce congestion by restricting access for polluting or unauthorized vehicles. So technology is simple. Plate recognition cameras, vehicle registration database with emission standard, for example, and that's all. So how it works? A network of plate recognition cameras is installed at the perimeter of a low emission zone or restricted zone, for example, London, US, Stockholm's congestion charge zone. By the way, in Lithuania, we do have in one city low emission zone already. It's installed 1 year ago. As a vehicle crosses the boundary, its place is captured. And the system checks the plate against the national vehicle database to determine main characteristic, let's say Euro 6 or other, and vehicle type and disabled permit. Based on the preset rules, time of day, emission standards, etc., the system automatically determines if the charge or penalty is due. So the entire process is automated from detection to billing. And the benefit is enforcement from complex environmental policy at a city-wide scale with a minimal human intervention. You don't need a human. You just need to have a good system. So real-time traffic management system. So real traffic management system gives us effective traffic monitoring. Real-time traffic management system utilizes advanced technology to monitor traffic flow effectively, ensuring efficient movement on the roads. Timely driver information. This system provides real-time information to drivers, allowing them to make informed decisions to avoid congestion. And reducing traffic congestion as well, as I mentioned. By managing the traffic flow effectively, these systems help to reduce congestion and improve overall traffic conditions in all urban areas. Because the traffic jam happens not everywhere, in some specific spaces in the city, so you can manage it. So the main challenges and ethical considerations. So as we talked before as well, it's a data privacy and surveillance. So 24/7 collection of location and behavioral data, plate recognition, video raises major big brother is watching you. So, it's always society not very keen to be watched all the time, 24/7 hours. So it's a strong data protection, GDPR and clear public policy is very essential. Accuracy and bias, so false positives, and incorrectly read license plates or flaved, let's say, artificial intelligence judgment mistakes. A coffee cup for phone can lead to citizens being wrongly fined. So you have to be very careful about that. So that's why you need to manual check at this moment. Algorithm bias. Predictive policing models can be biased if trained on historically skewed data, potentially leading to over-enforcement in certain neighborhoods. So you have to always monitor how it works, your, let's say, artificial intelligence prediction models. Cost and complexity. The initial investment in sensors, connectivity, and data platforms are extremely high, so you have to calculate benefit and cost. How many benefits you get investing such a high cost. Data security. So a centralized system is a high value of target for hackers. The cybersecurity at this moment is very important as well, especially during those times when the hybrid or other happenings in our region as well. So a breach could expose citizen data, cripple enforcement operation. Public acceptance. So the last thing is the public acceptance. So citizens may resist what we see as a impersonal cash cow enforcement. So transparency and focusing on safety are key. You have to explain to your society why you need to do that. Society at the first always were saying that it's, oh, you just want to collect the money and that's all. You don't care about anything, just collecting the money. But step by step, you have to inform society that we do not for the money collecting, we want to increase road safety, to reduce, let's say, fatalities on our road network. So the future, integrated and connected enforcement. So the next generation of smart enforcement will be fully integrated. So connected vehicles, as I told before, vehicles will broadcast their status, speed, weight, hard braking events directly to infrastructure. By the way, we installed such system, experimental system 10 years ago in Lithuania on several spots. Unfortunately, we got connected only during, let's say, maybe 5 years period, there was only 2 or 3 connections with this. So you have to think about as well, when is the time to introduce such system? And if you introduce too early, it will be just money loss and nothing more, no benefits. So you have to understand what your car, all sector has, let's say it's a modern car or not, there will be connection or not. So 10 years ago, in Lithuania, as I said, only 2 or 3 times we saw the connection. So it was, let's say, money waste. Digital twins. Control authorities will use real-time digital replicas of air transport networks to simulate the impact of new enforcement strategy before deploying them on the real world. So virtual copy of your asset infrastructure. Automated incident detection. Artificial intelligence will monitor all cameras feeds not just for violation, but for accident, stopped vehicle debris or pedestrians, allowing for instant incident response. Unified enforcement platforms. A single agency, for example, Department of Transport, will be able to manage all enforcements altogether. Type, speed, weight, emissions, tolls, and incident response from one integrated platform, not many different. So, in the main conclusions. So that smart enforcement, it's a revolution, not evolution. So smart enforcement fundamentally changes the how, where, and when of transport control, moving it from reactive to predictive. Technology is the main enabler. Artificial intelligence, plate recognition tools, weight in motion, and of course 5G are the building blocks that automate detection and processing. Data is the asset, the main asset. The primary output is not just fine, but a rich data set that allows authorities to understand network behavior, not just for road safety, just to reduce, but you can understand network behavior for other issues, how to solve it, and make roads safer, more efficient. Major benefit and major hurdles. The gains in the safety and efficiency are undeniable, but they must be careful balanced against significant challenges in privacy, cost, and public trust. So that was all from my side about smart enforcement. Thank you very much for your attention. So we do have just several minutes for the question before next presentation. Please.
Thank you very much for brilliant presentation. It's a lot of well-structured information and nice pictures. Regarding pictures, as far I can comprehend, a lot of them are for left-hand traffic. Is it meaning that Great Britain is leading in the field we are talking about today, but it's some another meaning? Because a lot of pictures are maybe from Great Britain, because left-hand traffic we can see.
Yeah, but that's just a picture. But of course, Britain is one of the safest countries regarding fatalities, so it's a really good example. By the way, Lithuania now, let's say, how to say, we get a prize for the, let's say, the last decades with one of the. Oh, is it working? Oh, it's working. Oh no, it's not working.
I think we need some minutes for the generator to be switched.
Yeah, okay, so I can say, Great Britain is the leading country in road safety. That could be a good example. By the way, Lithuania for the last decade. It's working? Oh, okay, sorry. By the way, Lithuania for the last decade gets a prize for the best, let's say, one of the best performance regarding road fatalities reduction in the world. We let's say, reduced by 50% road fatalities during the last decade as well. So Lithuania, Great Britain, Netherlands, Sweden, Germany are the leading countries regarding road safety. And of course, road safety and enforcement. So that's why, pictures are from the, let's say, right side.
Thank you very much. And another question, please. We have mentioned such very interesting instrument of regulation, meaning this name of low emission zones or clean air zones and so on.
Yeah.
As far as I can comprehend, until now there is no common standard in Europe.
Yeah, there are no common standards, of course, so that you have to, if you want to introduce, you have to, let's say, make an individual approach, just like example, but no common standard at all, But as I mentioned before, it's nothing special, nothing, let's say, so difficult. You just need several tools: plate recognition, database, and the billing system, and of course a back office just to check if you need it, and that's all. So it makes sense to have a very standardized? Maybe, but without that, you can do that very, very easily as well.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your presentation. And you suggested a lot of good approach for cities, which can be useful for city. Regarding delivery, what about micromobility in this context? Because did you take them into account? Because now they are really important part of delivery in the city.
Yeah, of course, that's a very good question. If you introduce such system, for example, low zones, however, you always have to think about the alternatives. And the micromobility is as an alternative. If you introduce, let's say, if you want to reduce number of cars in the city centers, all towns, etc., but you have to provide micromobilities. Let's say bicycle trucks, for investment of bicycle trucks, other forms of, let's say, movement, scooters, and maybe the sharing and so on. Always, because if you don't provide the alternative, it doesn't work, actually. So if you introduce one system, you have to think about alternative as well. So that's very important. Maybe to think about the public transport alternative and so on.
Yeah,
why not?
But maybe did you estimate their part regarding road safety? Because, for example, in Ukraine, they create a lot of I could say, quite dangerous situation outside. And
You mean passive?
I mean micromobility, the delivery, when we are talking about delivery of micromobility.
Yeah, that's of course you have to you have to monitor and you have to control as well. It should be near chaos, you know. So that's a control is very important as well. You have to balance all those things. Yeah, yeah. Scooters is for example, scooters is a micromobility, yeah, but it's become a really, really big problem in all cities around Europe. And for example, Paris, I think they already not allowing for scooters to go in the Paris center.
Prohibited, as far as I know, at least in the city center, all micromobility.
At the beginning, it was very, very fancy. Everybody was happy. Oh, okay, we go with the scooters. But for example, in Lithuania, there are some fatal accidents with the scooters, you know? They killed, let's say, pedestrian. In my city, in Kaunas, there was one fatal accident with scooter. How can you imagine, yeah? But yeah, we're going on very high speed. And we crashed in the pedestrian and he was killed. No? So that's, yeah, you have to be careful, of course. There are now, let's say, there are no silver bullets. You have to always think about it, yeah, yeah. Okay, I think, yeah, thank you very much. Ah, one more question.
Чути так? Дякую. Так, українською. Хотіла поцікавитися з приводу автоматичної фіксації. Якщо ви знаєте, у нас запровадження на автоматичну фіксацію, саме ВІМи. Мережа складає 58 комплексів, тобто зважування в русі, я маю на увазі. Чи розглядали ви для себе запровадження саме в режимі автофіксації, зважування в русі і штрафування? Тому що, я так розумію, у вас наразі воно працює в режимі преселекту і все.
You mean it's a weight and motion system, those, right?
Так, так.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good question, actually, yeah. At the beginning in Lithuania, we thought to introduce many of them, lots of them. At this moment on the road, national, we do have just several, and that's because it works only like a pre-selection. You cannot find, let's say, on the same time. It's only for pre-selection, yeah. That's true. In Lithuania, it's only for pre-selection, and that's the problem of the accuracy. You cannot define because let's say the truck driver or the company will go to the court and they will win this case because the accuracy is not enough to issue the fine at the same time. Yeah, that's only for pre-selection.
Але якщо ми говоримо про точність зважування, у нас відповідно до стандартів дозволяється похибка, і ми похибку трактуємо на користь порушника. Якщо ми беремо загальну вагу, то ця похибка складає 10%, якщо ми беремо навантаження на осі, то це 16%. І насправді зараз, якщо ми говоримо про оскарження в судах, ситуація доволі адекватна. Тобто у нас скасовується від загального потоку, скажімо, там 3% максимум постанов. Тому мені цікаво, чи розглядалась взагалі ідея запровадження саме для штрафування, і чи, можливо, є країни Європи, які запровадили таким чином штрафування?
As I know at this moment, maybe Czech we are already doing, because we do have a lot of experience, and maybe Poland as well. But I'm not so sure, because we're facing the same problem in Lithuania as well. So you have to be careful. And the problem is with this weight and motion system, because you need to calibrate all the time, because with the sensors are on the roadside, and during the winter time, summertime, when it's hot, when it's cold, we're changing those sensors and accuracy all the time, that's the problem is.
Так, тут з вами згодна на 100%. Ми замовляємо техобслуговування, тобто один раз на місяць обов'язково відбувається звірка з датчиками, а повірка один раз на рік. Але якщо загалом, коли ми говоримо про результати проїздів, то вони показують про доволі точні виміри насправді. І скажіть, чи стикалися ви з іншими проблемами? Тобто я говорю зараз не про точність зважування, скажімо, приховування номерних знаків або частини номерних знаків, що не дає можливість розпізнати. Тому що ви говорили, що у вас підтягується інформація так само, як і у нас. І також чи стикалися із випадками, коли транспортний засіб використовував не свій державний номерний знак, тому що у нас це теж проблема, або вчиняв дії щодо ухилення від зважування, тому що, знову ж таки, це проблема. І якщо також в доповнення, оскільки ми сказали про передачу даних, оці дані, які ви назвали, вони всі підтягуються з одного реєстру, чи це мається на увазі, що це інформація з різних реєстрів одночасно надходить? Дякую.
Regarding registers, the one register, yeah, okay. We do have some, let's say, minor problem with the plates and so on, but it's a criminal offense. No, so it's not a big issue in Lithuania, actually, yeah. We do have some, but it's very, very, very minor, yeah. So, and police, very, let's say, we're catching all the time, so it's not a big problem in Lithuania as well, yeah. But we face this problem, but it's not a big deal, actually. I'm not sure about in Ukraine, actually, maybe it's a bigger problem, but in Lithuania, it's a very small portion about that.
May I ask a question, please, from remotely?
У нас ця проблема доволі велика, тому я її запитала. Але у нас це не кримінальне правопорушення, чому я і здивувалась. У нас це адміністративна лише відповідальність, не кримінальна. Дякую.
Oh yeah, that's a solution just to, let's say, do like criminal violation. That's yeah, one question more. It doesn't work, yeah. It doesn't work. It's turned off.
Thank you for interesting presentation. You presented and demonstrated very cutting-edge and innovative solutions, and I think everybody in this room have question how it can be implemented in practice. And in relation to this, have you came across any patents granted in Europe or United States for such artificial intelligence solutions? What is the common practice? Are those solutions usually developed by privately owned IT companies or usually developed by public government authorities, in-house IT specialists? Thank you.
A simple answer is that almost everywhere it's a private company's solutions, no governmental. The government agency are just, let's say, client who gives money, let's say, announce a public tender, private companies compete with the solution, that's all. You don't need, let's say, go with these tools, for, let's say, on the government agency. Across the market, you can find a lot of solutions. So, yeah, just make a public tender and you will be succeed. I'm 100% sure. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you, Roman. And if you have any questions, so yeah, please.
Yes, so let us continue with second presentation from the, let's say, the same topic about digital and innovative control and smart enforcements. So I was explain to you like the context, the general things, the idea, and how it works. I will try to present you with 5 real cases. which exist in Lithuania and in some cases, I believe, in Ukraine as well. And I will show how smart control and smart enforcement works and what challenges are and so on. So let's start with a presentation. Yeah, I just selected few cases which might be interesting for you. Of course, we can find much more, but they are, I would say, quite significant, and most of the countries have, or at least starting to have this kind of system. So multifunctional vehicle control and smart enforcement system, speed control, smart enforcement system, control based on smart tachograph data, road permits control and enforcement, and vignette or toll control systems. So before I go to the real cases, I just would like to shortly introduce you with Lithuania transport registers or systems which are crucial for our road and transport infrastructure management. So we have basically 5 very important systems which are connected, not like fully connected. We are still connecting one to them, but still we in the, let's say, I would say in the beginning of a process. But let me present all of them. So first system Vintra. Vintra collects and have all information on public transportation, all modes of public transportation, buses, trains, airplanes. We have also water transport, and this data, this system collects data because all operators are obliged to send data to this system, and this system then is sent to the shared to the some private operators as Google, Waze or Traffic, and end user can just see and can plan very exact like on real data his journey by different transport modes. So this is basically quite new thing in our country. Like 2 years ago, we settled down all the legislation and requirements. And now just you can just let's say if you want to go from one city to another city, or from one, let's say, station to another by different transport modes, you just can plan this in very, let's say, precise data on Google Maps and other application. Another system is it's a traffic information system. This system collects data from different sources and provides data to institutions and end users about the quality of a road. It's very important, let's say, during the winter time when we have snow, we have snow. So let's say I'm sometimes if I need to go somewhere to a city, I can check like road quality, because it also generates some video screens, some pictures from the road, so you can actually follow the weather condition and you can plan your trip in a safe manner. But of course, it's the most important thing that road maintenance institutions, they are getting data and they working based on the data in the system to prepare our roads in the safe and let's say good shape. Lakis, another system. This system is more technical. It contains, collects, and generates all data on road reconstruction. On road reconstruction, road planning, road maintenance. It's more like internal system for our road authority, but it's very important to know, to plan and to know everything, like all, let's say, major and minor intervention to our roads. And this, of course, saves money, and basically which roads should be, let's say, repaired or reconstructed, and you can plan this like in really efficient way. DPKS, so it's multifunctional vehicle control system. Basically, it fixes all violation and sends automatically to the end user. I will explain this system in more detailed manner. And the last one, ECRIS. ECRIS is very concrete system for the road toll fee administration. So basically, I know that in Ukraine, you don't have road fee. Basically, it's free of charge. In Lithuania and in most of European countries, you should pay by using road infrastructure, state road infrastructure. So we have system to where collects all road fee data and basically also checks if, let's say, concrete car, truck has road fee or not. And if not, of course, it is automatically sent to the enforcement. So yeah, this is five basic systems which, let's say, manages our transport system. Let's go further. So in another way, what I just presented here is you can see how it looks like by function: traffic information and management, traffic transport violation, public transport data management, traffic management, and road asset information and management tools. Okay, so now let's move to the 5 real cases which exist in Lithuania. So first system is multifunctional vehicle control and smart enforcement system. Multifunctional vehicle control system contains many devices, cameras, sensors, induction loops, and so on. And basically it checks quite many things. So in Lithuania, we have a system which can detect vehicle weight exceeding X load. This is like so-called weight in motion, oversized vehicle, driving without roads, driving on the roads without permit, because if in Lithuania vehicle is oversized, it should have permit and should pay additional tax for road authority. Also, it can recognize vehicles without a valid technical inspection, vehicles which are not covered by civil liability insurance, vehicles without a valid road vignette, vehicles without transport permit. We just discussed before the lunch this topic. Also, vehicles wanted by police, state border guard, customs services, and so on. And of course, a vehicle speed, traffic intensity, and many other parameters. So basically, it's have very wide spectrum of let's say sensors which can understand these parameters. Yes, and just sorry. We have just few. This system is very expensive. We have just few. And usually it's worth to build this systems in the very intensive highways where we have a lot of we have very big traffic, close to the big cities like capitals, or also close to the border crossing points, because Lithuania is like a transport corridor from the east, north to the west or south. So we have a lot of basically third countries vehicles from Central Asia and so on. So usually we have a lot of violations. So it's very important to have this kind of vehicle control systems close to the main border crossing points. So basically how it works. So principle is very understandable. So multifunctional vehicle control system by its sensors detects a violation. Let's say a violation that I don't know, the car doesn't have insurance documents. Then this violation data automatically transferred to the register of administrative offenses. This register is the actually register which have all data and which can provide which can generate violation protocol. So data is sent violation to this register, and then basically violation protocol automatically is sent to the vehicle owner user. So in most cases, in ideal cases, this, let's say, detection and smart enforcement is done without human intervention. So it's like in few hours, let's say, if we have data, in the system. So after evaluation, usually the evaluation protocol and request to pay the fine is sent to the vehicle owner. So it's like how system is works. Yes, so you can see here's like scheme. Here's like this, I think, blue points where we have this multifunctional vehicle control system, and looks usually like a gate, so now with a lot of sensors, with this lines, induction lines for the weighing the weight of truck and so on. So after and all data goes to the basic traffic information and control center. So this is like how it looks, schematical. Key challenges ahead. I think we already discussed that it's not so easy to have like 100% like this fully, in full operation, because we still have some problems. One problem that weight and motion system still requires regular calibration and metrological inspection. So it's really, I believe, in our country, because the system is a bit old, so it's not like not very efficient. But we of course we are going to install new. Just a few weeks ago, our road authority presented their plans to install quite new and advanced weight and motion systems, which will not require calibration and metrological inspections. Also, we have another problem that sometimes it's difficult to identify the owner of a driver, especially when we have a car from the third country. Let's say from Central Asia. I'm mentioning the Central Asian region because usually we have a lot of trucks back in nowadays. So the problem that Lithuania government does not have agreement with them, and we are not exchanging automatically data. So there is only one way. When we fix the violation, then at the border crossing point, the customs can stop and we can request to pay the fine. But it's not automated. Also, we have another problem. It's now recently, and we are changing for this legislation. Sometimes it's happened that some violator refused to pay the fine because he is telling that he gave to somebody car and he doesn't know to him the way. But in this case, we're fixing legislation that anyway the owner is always let's say responsible, because he should know to whom he just rent or give his car. So this is a few challenges which still we are facing in managing these systems. Okay, let's go to another smart enforcement example. So speed control smart enforcement systems. Ivaras already presented. I'm not going to be very detailed, but really I totally agree with my colleague Ivaras. It's really a success case. Because we managed, I believe that thanks to this system, we managed to reduce, actually, road accidents, the deaths in road accidents, like by, 2 or 3 times, and now we are doing better than EU average, like I think 45 or 50 per million persons, yes, per year. So it's like really low number. It was like hundreds. Now we have like. Last year it was 125 people killed in the road accidents. It's still like minor amount compared with, let's say, 10 years ago. So we solved this problem, and I believe that the most important reason was that we installed this kind of speed control camera system. We have, let's say, now you can see the map on all major roads. We have either this average speed control cameras. it's installed on the section, let's say for 20 kilometers. And also we have fixed speed control cameras. And yes, and we have infrastructure. We have legislative framework. We have financial setup because, of course, we need to maintain the system. We need to develop. We need to extend. So in our legislation, well, let's say some regulation that part of this amount, which is collected from the fines, goes to our road authority to maintain and to extend the system. Also, we have system integration because this system fully operates as a smart enforcement. So we have system integration with register of administrative offenses. The same logic as I presented to you before. System detects no violation data automatically transferred to the register of administrative offenses, and then violation protocol automatically is sent to the vehicle owner and user. As far as I know, you have the same system, so maybe it's nothing new for you, but still, believe me, not all countries know this system exists. It's very efficient, and I can say we are a small country, but every year, based on this system, we collect about 40 million euros. So it's still efficient. It's fully automatic, so it's does not require any human resources. Just a few, just to, of course, to maintain system, but not to know. We are not doing this anymore, like by hand, manually, as it was like 10 years ago. Yes, the third example, control based on smart tachograph data. Yes, so it's very also recent future under the regulation of 561/2006 from 19 August of 2025. All heavy-duty vehicles registered in EU must be fitted with smart tachograph version 2. So we have a lot of new features like automatic border crossing detection, automatic loading, unloading, recording. All signals are much more stronger. With improved dedicated short-range communication. It works about 1 kilometer. Increased data storage and GIS data is much more precise. And basically now this smart tachograph collects 25 different messages about car, like truck identification, driver activity. It's very important to have this resting operating hours, driving time compliance, and the most important thing that due to this DSRC technology, this is basically short radio waves, the transport authorities can remotely download data from the trucks. Just imagine, it's very, let's say, I would say very important change. Now transport authorities stop somewhere with this bus, trucks are passing, and they downloading remotely data. They downloading data, and if they see that some, let's say, if they see some violation, then they can stop for the detailed control. So now the control can be very targeted and very, let's say, precise. Because to control truck, it needs about 2 hours. Usually, if let's say, road authority stops the truck, to control, let's say, all parameters, to download, data from the tachograph, to see like all documents, you need on average 2 hours. So just imagine that until now, they just stopped the random truck, and they spent 2 hours, and in most cases they saw that it's okay, truck complies with all data, and they just spent 2 hours, and they did not find anything bad, and let's say most likely they at that time they would not be able to let's say stop that truck which has a lot of violations. So now transport control authorities in Europe starting to do this pre-selection exercise. We're stopping somewhere, we're just stop somewhere in the sidewalk, and we just downloading data, and then if we have some let's say red lines, they can stop for the manual detail control. So this is the first thing. I believe that in the future it will be maybe now, as I told, it's pre-selection, but in the future it will be full remote control. I think this is very good. This is very good example, and I just before coming here, I discussed with our transport control authorities. So we're very happy, but because now we really can work more efficient. Another example, road permits control and enforcement. You can see here is like example of blank of road permits. So as we discussed before lunch, that hundreds of trucks every day from third countries crossing our territory, and all of them should have valid road permit. So it's very difficult to stop all of them and to check. So now in the test mode, we decided to implement some kind of automatization. Yeah. So what we did actually, what Lithuania did. So we have vignette. So the truck driver should buy vignette in order to use our road infrastructure. So now we made that at the time when he is buying, purchasing vignette, he also should input the unique number of bilateral road permit. So now the system can detect this number, and in general, road traffic control system and transport inspectors, police, customs, basically can check in the system by plate, and they can see if, let's say, a concrete truck has a road permit or not. I'll show you how it looks like. Here, there's a site where you can buy road fee, and here you should input also number of road permits. So now, yes, it's just beginning, it's just test mode, but still, if let's say we will see that it works, so we will be able to check road permit by let's say using this system and by using ITS, because we have cameras can fix the plate and can recognize if let's say certain truck has this road permit or not. This is very recent upgrade, and we are testing, and I believe that in few years, if everything will be okay, we are going to introduce this system, because road permits topic is very important, and I think that it will be relevant many more years ahead of us. Okay. And the last example, vignette or road or toll control systems. I made a little research. I know that in Ukraine you don't have toll, but as I discussed in Europe and in Lithuania, most of the countries have. We have only for trucks, but many countries, let's say in Western European countries like Germany, Austria, Italy, we have also for passenger cars. So if you're using some road infrastructure, you should pay. We have 3 different systems. At the moment, the old system, vignette system. Vignette system, it means that you can buy, let's say, the ride, let's say, for 1 day to pass, and you just, you have, it used to be like sticker. Now you just have, this kind of online, just ride to go, and the system can check. But this is considered old system because you can buy just for 1 day, for 1 month, or for 1 year. It's not efficient, and it's considered old. We have also another system. I think you also saw it when you went abroad with toll system, when it's gates. So if you wanted to use some very modern, fast highways, let's say in Spain, in Austria, you just going to the toll, paying, and we are letting you to go to use this infrastructure. Of course, usually it's alternative, infrastructure, but it's bad quality and it's not so fast. And we have the most, I think, advanced and most modern system, so-called e-toll system, based on GPS tracking. So this is, I think, the future, how the toll is going to be collected, because it can precisely, let's say, generate, let's say, cost or price based on distance. Let's say now just imagine, if you have, let's say, this day vignette, you're paying €9. It's the same if you are going 500 kilometers and the same if you're going 1 kilometer. But when this system will be in operation, so you will be, the truck will be, or car will be paid based on kilometers. So like 20 euro cents for every kilometer. So it's very right, because it's also it's related to decarbonization, because it encourages you to let's say, to use efficient way and to try to reduce the total kilometrage. So this system, it's a good example. You can ask me where this system exists. So the Poland. If you wanted to check how the system operates, so the Poland, I think the most successful case, Poland, where already the system fully operates. Lithuania now on public tender, and Lithuania is expecting to have this system in the middle of 2027. So now we have old vignette control system, how it operates. So again, camera verifies vignette usage. In violation case, data goes to the register of administrative offenses, and then our transport authority automatically or manually send violation to the end users or owners. Automatically goes to all EU countries, to all Lithuanian owners, and manually, as I mentioned, to the third countries, because we don't have data. We cannot send automatically, let's say, to the Kazakhstan, because we don't have, let's say, data of owners in the third countries. But in general, in most cases, like this is done by automatically, because all European vehicle owners data is shared, and we have access to this data, and we can send quite fast, let's say, to Germany or to Italy. And one also very important thing, that we opened our register. So here is like site. You can enter the vehicle registration plate number, and you can see. It's for everyone. You can see if, let's say, certain car has the right to use our roads. So it means if he paid and has vignette. So yeah, I just made some examples, and you can see that it's written. The day day road fee, where it was bought, and so on. It's very good, because all institutions can check online, and all citizens also can check online. And if we have some doubts, we can send just print screen to the e-police let's say, site, and the fine will be given. Yes, and here again the scheme, how it's, let's say, how this e-toll control and enforcement system operates. Yes, so that's it, what I wanted to tell about real 5 cases of digital and innovative control and smart enforcement, which are already in use in Lithuania. Okay, so we have time for questions and your remarks about what you have in Ukraine. Yeah, please. Do you have another mic?
Thank you for your presentation. I want firstly to comment from our side, from the Ukrainian one, what we have and maybe what we would have in the further year. First of all, regarding to the smart tachographs, as far as I learned before, the government has the initiative to implement this decision, and starting from the 1st of July 2026, the carriers who own the new transport must to set this smart tachograph into there, but for now for and government are struggling between since this decision is costly. One tachograph costs for instance like $1,000, and for large businesses it could be cost decision. But still, the negotiations are going, and the process is started already now. Other issue that maybe wasn't covered or I didn't listen to, it was the issue that Ukraine has. It's the licenses for the carriers. In internal regime of movement of goods. In Ukraine, we don't know exactly how many vehicles are conducting these movements and who are them. So there is no publicly data available on this. There is no licensing for them. Maybe you could share some practicing or like some practice from the Lithuania how to start this campaign to maybe to license these carriers and to obtain the data that could be publicly available and shareable, and like to analyze the decisions made by the logistics operators.
Yeah. You know, actually, if you're talking internally, internal operation in Lithuania from one city to another city, we not require any, let's say, specific licenses. We even not require this European Community license, because it's just internal operations. We're not we have some companies which just operate in Lithuania. We're not operate outside of Lithuania, so we don't need any let's say specific licenses. It's like of course we should have just valid driving license, and no need international this driving licenses and so on. But of course internally your request is about data, yes? About data.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our statistic agency collects all data about transferred goods. There is some requirement just to, as I remember, just to send to them like like quarter base, like their data, like about what they delivered, the tonnage and so on. But it's like just for statistical purposes. So let's say we don't have any system internal to manage this, because it's like basically no any requirements to do this business to this operation.
Mm-hmm. And may I also ask you, if in the EU is requireable to make some certain roles payable for the trucks or just vehicles and other?
Very good question. Now we have, let's say, legislation change recent. So according to the recent version of directives, all, let's say, in the future, I think we have like 2030, all, let's say, roads should be based on e-toll. But we don't have any requirements. Every country should decide. Every country has its own responsibility if to use this, if to, let's say, make their roads payable or not. Because, let's say, in Eastern European countries, passenger cars usually is out of we are free of charge, we can go. Trucks, yeah, we should pay. In Western European countries, usually passenger cars and trucks should pay. We have very different situation for different reasons. I most likely believe for a different economic situation. But in general, this is not EU rule. This is national rule. EU just said that we should basically go to the e-toll system. Why? Because it's very good to know for the business. Let's say if we doing operations from from Greece to Lithuania. So when we have e-toll, so it's very easy to manage this pay collection. Because we have European so-called operators which can collect from the truck and then distribute to the national authorities. So, but to answer to your question, we don't have any requirements for certain country to introduce or not introduce. Every country can decide how thinks it's good for them.
And also, if I may to also reflect additionally in scope of control, there was previously in Ukraine technical inspections for the vehicles, and they were obligatory. But since maybe 2016, they were established as a not necessary, since before there was some corruption risk scandals and so on. Now we are implementing the European acquis, and of course, a part of this is to establish the mandatory vehicle technical control. And for now, for further years, maybe 2026, 27, it's going on to be a huge portion of work. There should be some proper staff equipped with the facilities, and before we also, the Romania and Moldova have restricted the crossing of the vehicles and moving from Ukraine, in case in which they wouldn't have these technical inspection done. So my question is how to correctly maybe start to develop this system again in not to fall in doubts with the corruption risks, and to maybe prioritize the safety measure, put them on the first place behind this all corruption stuff.
Okay. Now, yes,
Да, я хочу трохи доповнити вас. Значить, дивіться, з 27 жовтня, з 27 жовтня в Україні вже почали видавати картки на смарт-тахографи, отримали ключі, дозволи і таке інше. Тобто в нас система ця вже запрацювала. Єдина проблема, коли тривога об'являється і включаються засоби РЕП, як з'ясувалося, переграмовуються смарт-тахографи. Тобто вони отримують сигнал, після того, як тривога зникла, машина проїхала 2 метри, а по смарт-тахографу вона знаходиться десь в Швеції чи ще десь. Проблема також, вона вирішується, але є. І друге, стосовно міжнародних техоглядів, вони вже проводяться, вони діють, система Міністерством транспорту розроблена. Так що, дійсно треба адаптуватися до європейських вимог, але ця система на сьогоднішній день в Україні працює. Дякую.
Okay, glad to hear that you also have this kind of smart tachograph in place. Of course, I know this GPS phishing or yes, this kind of electronic warfare problem we have also in back to our region. But it's very good that you are thinking to integrate this let's say decision, because if you are accessing EU, so you will be anyway obliged, because now in Europe from August all trucks, doesn't matter new old, we should have we should be equipped with a smart tachograph version 2. Answer to your question. Yes, so I'm really good in this topic because I was working for 4 years, and I would like to start from. Of course, I was a little bit surprised that you don't have technical inspection or roadworthiness, because it's first time I hear this kind of, because it's really related to the road safety. At least if you have old fleet, Lithuania has very old fleet. On average, our car is about 15. Age of car is 16, 15. So we, of course, we are very, most of them, not most, but really, quite a big amount of them are in a bad shape. So just can imagine in Lithuania, when we have this technical inspection, only about, I think, 50-60% cannot pass from the first, from the first time. So we should go to the service, to repair, come again, and sometimes few times, because we have, I think, we have very strict system. But one thing that, according to European legislation, because you asked about corruption and about this transparent. So the most important thing that technical inspection and road repairs, repair shops, they should be separate. The company which made technical inspection cannot do shop car repair, because just imagine if you have, let's say, a car repair shop and you have, let's say, in the same doors technical inspection. So of course you can just it's very easy to just say to bribe and to have this corruption system. So in Lithuania, let's say, we have very strict system, and I believe that it works quite efficient. I can say from my own examples, even I have quite new cars, but unfortunately also I'm not able to pass from the first time, because really usually like it takes about 20 minutes, a lot of parameters, and we implemented German this TÜV certificate system. So our technical inspection system is based on German system. It's a private, but just the logical, yes, and we chose to, let's say, to make quite detailed inspection, yes, everything from CO2 emission, brakes, like, I don't know, lights, yes, and even like this, corrosion, so many things. So yeah, so for old cars, it's very difficult, sometimes impossible to pass the technical inspection in Lithuania.
May I ask a question, please, regarding intelligent transport system? We are faced with need to implement in Ukraine intelligent transport directive. Could you please share briefly experience of your country of implementation such directive? For instance, how is a national access point is organized and so on?
Yes, ITS, just to clarify your question.
I mean general requirements to establish ITS in the country regarding the appropriated directive of European Union.
So regarding ITS system, it's only one directive. It's just for it all what Julius presented. And for the other, let's say, not so important system, we don't have specific directive how to install. It's the directives regulates only e-tolling systems, and that's all. For example, the weight and motion, we don't have such specific EU directives and so on. We don't have. You can choose what you want as a country. So it's simple as that. Yeah.
In such a case, Ukraine have also ability for choice for flexibility.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, yes, yeah, of course you should nominate like the institution which is responsible, so on. But in general, like technology, we don't have any requirements. It's up to every country, every institution. They can choose whatever they think it's right. Like weight and motion, cameras. Yes, yes. Yeah.
But who is responsible in your country for national access point to ITS?
Road authority. Road authority. Our road authority named Via Lietuva, but it's road authority, Lithuanian road authority, which, let's say, responsible for road maintenance and road construction of state roads. Municipalities. Yeah, municipalities, of course, responsible for municipal roads, but we are not so intensive in traffic. So,
thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe I just want one give us a question to you. I'm really wondering why Ukraine does not have road fee. Why? And do you have some plans to implement? It's just.
З приводу вашого питання щодо платності доріг, Україна працює в цьому напрямку і розробляються відповідні нормативно-правові акти. Головним відповідальним за ці розробку нормативно-правових актів є міністерство. І ця робота ведеться, і доволі швидко і багато проведено роботи вже в цьому напрямку.
Окей.
Так що тут буде комерційний транспорт, не всі, а комерційний транспорт, я так сподіваюся, що повинно бути від 12 тонн буде запроваджуватися плата за дороги. І всі ті моменти, пункти, всі, що ви говорили, це все буде запроваджуватися і в Україні.
І ще доповнити колегу можна. На сьогоднішній день збирається під час продажу пального акцизний збір, який раніше планували направляти на утримання доріг, але військовий стан і таке інше. Тут така ситуація.
So yeah, logic is the same, like excise fee and road fee or toll fee is basically you should go to the road because the idea very simple, like the trucks damaging roads, and you should pay for this because it's like and. Also, you asked about EU directives. So EU directives also have some kind of calculation how to, let's say, set this, let's say, fee, because we have infrastructure maintenance, we have congestion in our part, we have from several parts. Yeah, but basically, it's good to know that actually you are planning to implement road fee or toll for the commercial vehicles. Yeah, up to 12. Yeah, in Lithuania from 3.5, so we chose lower barrier, so you will begin from 12 tons, yes?
Зараз це питання обговорюється, від яких, орієнтовно було з 12, якщо буде прийнято рішення від 3,5, то буде запроваджено від 3,5 тонн.
Okay. Do we have more questions?
Okay, if we are finished with this part, and before the last coffee break that we'll have in a few minutes, I would like to invite everyone to join us at the back of the room for the group photo that will be sent to you together with the workshop materials. And I'm afraid this option is not available for our online users, for which I am sincerely sorry.
end. We still have the final exercise. We can name it like open discussion. I don't like to mean like any, let's say, like round table, because it's just more like, you know, to open microphone and we prepared some insight what we would like to discuss, if possible. But it's not like, it's just for your orientation. I would suggest to ask anything what you would like to ask, because now we have all presenters on site. Jurgis Sodomaivičius, maybe you know him, but he is like custom brokerage experts and in general customs experts. So let's now use this, let's say, last hour for open discussion about topics and questions which are relevant for you, for Ukraine, for your institution. And please share your opinion, what you would like to know. Maybe you can share also some really advanced thing which you are now implementing, or just anywhere else. So all of us here, we would support you with some answers or some let's say, discussion. So I will suggest to give microphone from here. And please be how to say, strong, as you always are, and let's try to have this short discussion. Just of sharing of opinion.
Да, усім доброго дня. В першу чергу хочу подякувати вам за сьогоднішній день, за ваші презентації, за інформацію. Це дійсно дуже цінно, ділитися досвідом з іншими країнами і реалізовувати їх в своїй країні. Я навіть не знаю, з чого почати. Знаєте, перший завжди найважче. Тому, якщо можна, я розкажу, повертаючись до теми дозволів, розкажу, як у нас реалізовано розподіл дозволів ЄКМТ в Україні. Як ви вже сказали, з 1 січня стартує уже цифрова система ЄКМТ, де повністю дозволи ЄКМТ і бортові журнали будуть в електронному вигляді. Ми, як я представляю Міністерство розвитку громад та територій, перепрошую, Валентина мене звати, зразу представлюсь. Ми в цьому році розробили новий порядок з урахуванням цих нововведень і змін з 26-го року. І в колеги також було питання, як в Україні відбувається, я напевно відповім. Тобто основними умовами у нас дозволи КМТ розподіляються на конкурсних засадах. Вони в першу чергу автомобільні перевізники мають відповідати вимогам хартії якості. Хартія якості це, так скажу, що вона має вимоги до бездоганної ділової репутації, професійної компетентності, фінансового стану. Я дуже швидко, я перепрошую. Це основне, які вимоги до автомобільних перевізників. Другою вимогою це є кількість транспортних засобів. Тобто, чим більше транспортних засобів подається на участь у конкурсі, це транспортні засоби категорії екологічності Євро 5 та Євро 6 тільки. З наступного року ми плануємо розподіл робити виключно на категорію екологічності Євро 6. Тому в період з 1 жовтня по 31 жовтня в нас відбувається подача електронних анкет. Автомобільні перевізники, які бажають взяти участь в конкурсі, вони подають електронні анкети, подають свої транспортні засоби. Уже останніх пару років в нас це все здійснюється в автоматичному режимі. Всі транспортні засоби перевіряються автоматично через систему. І тоді робиться розподіл. Тобто кількість дозволів залежить, чим більше в тебе транспортних засобів, то відповідно в тебе більша кількість дозволів. Якщо говорити з практики, то в нас по великим підприємствам найбільше це 100 плюс транспортних засобів. І в них і відповідно кількість дозволів. Це, що стосується дозволів ЄКМТ. Також дуже важливим напрямком є саме цифровізація дозволів, тому що наприклад, для нас дуже добре, що є угода з Європейським Союзом, тому що вона дійсно вирішила таку багаторічну проблему дефіциту дозволів. Але в нас також є двосторонні угоди з іншими країнами, наприклад, як Центральної Азії, такі як Азербайджан, Казахстан. І ми зараз з ними почали роботу, щоб перевести паперові дозволи в електронний вигляд. Тобто, як воно буде відбуватись, ми поки ще не знаємо достеменно, але працюємо в цьому напрямку. І по результатам засідання групи з Міжнародного транспортного форуму також дуже ця, знову ж повернуся, цифрова система дозволів ЄКМТ може стати такою платформою, на якій потім на двосторонньому рівні країни зможуть реалізовувати саме обмін дозволами в цифрі. Дякую.
Thank you for sharing this information. I have one question. Because I remember we discussed about this distribution system. So you just mentioned that basically the threshold in Ukraine is 100 fleet. Yes, you have at least 100 trucks. When you can get apply for the SAM digital or regular permits. Yes.
Ні, це мається на увазі, що я просто це мається на увазі на практиці. Всі, хто брали участь в конкурсі, були перевізники, в яких було 100 вантажівок. Але по нашому законодавству мінімум транспортних засобів – це 3. Тобто, якщо в тебе є 3 вантажівки класу Євро 5 або Євро 6, ти можеш брати участь в конкурсі.
So it's very good. What I wanted to ask if it's, let's say, your system friendly to the small and medium enterprises. So you answer that 3 trucks, so definitely yes. So by the way, very interesting to know your let's say distribution policy. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Maybe
Так, розподіл відбувається саме в залежності від транспортних засобів, яка кількість. Ну, відповідно, якщо в тебе їх більше, то більше ти претендуєш на кількість дозволів отримати в кінцевому результаті. І також одне із нововведень, які ми зараз цього року ввели, в нас перевезення ВЗ третіх країн, вони застосовуються мультиплікатор 1,5, тому що з урахуванням двосторонніх і транзитних перевезень, які вже лібералізовані станом на сьогодні, і сподіваємося, що і надалі так буде, то саме перевезення ВЗ третіх країн ми визначили трошки пріоритетнішими, тому що саме дозвіл ЄКМТ надає право виконувати такі перевезення.
Okay. Thank you very much for your opinion. So really good to know. Let's move forward. Maybe your colleague. Okay, maybe later.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for today's information. It was interesting and new knowledge which we can share, which I can share, for example, in my work with my students, because, as I said, I'm from Transport University. And speaking about the question which you placed, what are the efforts of the current level of digitalization? I can share my opinion regarding urban transport and urban situation, because urban transport system, because customs is a little bit not my area. Speaking about city, from my point of view, we have a good level and good speed of digitalization. A lot of solutions which as far as I know, had been implemented in Ukraine are not, for example, existing in Europe even now. We are speaking about digitalization of information about electronic tickets. As far I don't know, do you have the same? But it's connected with Green Deal. Some points which are Green Deal requested, and Ukraine moves in this area, and I think despite the situation in general which we have in our country, despite the war, we are in good level of European requires implementation regarding city logistics. Speaking about other question, for sure there is information which I can share with students and I can use for our project, for our implementation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good to know.
Thank you. It was very great workshop. I clearly understand all the speech, but my speaking English is not so good.
Good, very good. I can confirm. Very good.
Тому, якщо можна, я продовжу українською. Для вищих навчальних закладів України транспортного спрямування ми представляємо Національний транспортний університет. Є дуже важливим такі заходи, дуже важливо не просто будь-яку інформацію наразі можна знайти в інтернеті, це є так. Але дуже важливий досвід колег, які працюють над певними напрямками і діляться своїми результатами досліджень. Дякую за це, і ми обов'язково будемо імплементувати це в навчання і підготовку майбутніх фахівців з новим баченням транспортного сектору, транспортної політики, для того, щоб вони продовжували започаткування, які почали європейські колеги. Дякую.
Thank you so much.
I would like to reflect on both days, since I was also on the day one related to customs issues and also day two related to transport. I would like to get on each point. So the current level of digitalization of both spheres is different. For customs, I suppose our all infrastructure is well developed, even more in some issues when we would be approximating to the European Union regarding to the single window issues. We need to somehow mend it, like get back it into the development. Relating to the transport and the digitalization of the transport, there is no such a situation. It depends on the type of transport. Of course, the worst things are coming from the railway, and it is expected to be a huge reform implemented nearly in the upcoming years. For instance, it would be unbundling of our national operator, developing the infrastructure operator and other agencies. Somehow, like we need to also connect to the European community of the railways and their digital platforms related to the railways, and also to create a single market for the private operation of goods. In the road sector, there we have some project implemented already related to the paper, like digitalizing the paper forms of documents, and there is more ongoing. Of course, towards us is the implementation of some the EFTI regulation, and the like EU is in this process is ongoing, but we need still to be connected with this. And I also would like to took with me after this session these insights related to the AI driving decision, and also the data decision, the big data analyzing regarding in both in customs and transport sphere. And also I'm interested into the implemented of the ITS system in Ukraine, like creating it like and modernizing it, the existing one. So it was also beneficial for me to listen to the lecture regarding to the road safety measures and the environmental issues that are struggling with transport. Of course, we now seeing that is like the current situation doesn't allow us to truly speak of the decarbonizing, but still we are need to decarbonize. And of course, like the implementation of such regulation as AFIR or another one, it is also necessary for us and for our future, our common future with the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to add what we discussed previously, that you're also going to implement, toll. It's a big project, and also technical inspection of cars. So So it's like.
Yeah, the technical inspections are also like would be ongoing for the government in the next several years to become obligatory for all types of transport.
And these kind of things, also can be based on ITS, especially to avoid, corruption. So let's say Lithuania case, we have cameras, all inspectors should have, body cameras, and it's like also a lot of, in most cases, if you want to be like transparent, you should use, all this, more than relevant, ITS, solutions.
Yeah, thanks.
Good, thank you.
Хочу подякувати вам за організацію такого заходу. І, звичайно, той досвід, яким ви ділитеся, для нас дуже цінний, тому що я теж представник Національного транспортного університету. І хочу подякувати вам, тому що дійсно такими практичними кейсами можна ділитися зі студентами. Я сподіваюся, що це їм, особливо випускникам, які зараз готуються до захисту і планують в майбутньому, в наступному році вже працювати в цій галузі, ця інформація буде дуже цінною. Тому я вам дуже дякую.
Thank you very much.
I represent State Road Research Institute, Ministry of Development, Territories, and for a long time, from 1912, we tried to implement European legislation to our Ukrainian legislation. This year, at last, was the law about access to the road market was approved by our parliament, but it's not very large, and many legal issues will be developed in legal act base of road transport. What concerning digitalization of our Ukrainian road transport, my opinion that we have not bad, a good level of digitalization. For example, our license for road transport, for license for passenger and dangerous goods, legal licensing for dangerous goods, and to the international transportation of goods. We have no licensing in domestic market. And our license is in electronic type. And I ask you, what about European market when it will be the digitalization? But we have a lot of tasks for European integration. This year, Ministry of Transport in July have screening in Brussels, Ukrainian legislation concerning to European transport legislation, and we have a large task in legislation, and the deadline is maybe 2027, another 2030, deadline for 2027. Thank you.
Thank you for your opinion, and really good to know that you, in some things, more advanced than European, and with cards for international operations. You have digital, so happy for that.
You see, concerning road tolls, it's not popular idea. It's an unpopular idea for
it's everywhere.
Personal cars.
In Lithuania also.
But for trucks, it will be implemented.
Regarding the question itself, Ukraine probably plays a leading role in some field of digitalization, but if you're talking about transportation, there are enormous amount of work we will need to proceed to be in full conformance with European legislation, technology, and approaches, and so on. Our institutions are deeply involved in the process of EU acquis implementation in Ukraine in many fields, and we are extremely interested in the topic of today's event. it's a very broad spectrum of ideas, technologies, standards, and I would like to say words of gratitude. Thank you very much for organizers, for brilliant presentations. We have already received an email. Thank you very much. And I wish you good luck for your next proceeding, for your next project. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. And I just wanted to encourage you, if you have any questions, because in presentation you can find our emails. So if you have any questions, so please be free to ask and send us email. We will be more than happy to assist you with some comments or some additional information.
Хотів би подякувати за презентацію і взагалі за захід. Для мене буде складно відповісти на що перше, що друге питання, оскільки лише з нещодавних пір перейшов з виконавця до людини, яка впроваджує проєкти, і тільки розбираюся. Але чим сподобалася ця презентація, це тим, наскільки детально розповідалися усі проєкти, що в подальшому допомагає оцінювати, дивитись, порівнювати уже наші системи, в які зараз тільки вникаю. Тому дуже дякую.
Thank you very much.
Хотіла подякувати. Ну, як ви зрозуміли, мене найбільше цікавило, звісно, зважування в русі. Так, я представляю Державну службу України з безпеки на транспорті і, власне, займаюся системами автоматичної фіксації порушень у сфері безпеки на транспорті. Проблематика для нас в тому, що ми тут першопроходці, по факту, дуже не вистачає, насправді, якогось ще досвіду, щоб поділитися проблематикою в плані того, що от ваш колега говорив, що, наприклад, у вас це не така глобальна проблема, наприклад, там з приховуванням номерів і все тому подібне. У нас це насправді велика проблема, і перевізники дуже креативні в цьому плані, щоб уникати відповідальності, і нам доводиться кожного разу знаходити нові механізми. Поділюся, напевне, планами, перспективами, які у нас є на наступний рік. Ми зараз вже закінчуємо саме нормативну базу, підтягувати під це, і ми хочемо запровадити притягнення до відповідальності саме в автоматичному режимі, ще й за ухилення від зважування. Тобто це має стартанути в наступному році. Це така виклик, я можу сказати, тому що якщо ми говоримо про те, що складно притягувати до відповідальності за перевантаження, ми розуміємо, що ще складніше буде за ухилення від зважування. І також ви розповідали, що у вас функціонують саме високошвидкісні комплекси. У нас в наступному році, на початку року, власне, плануємо запустити перший в Україні низькошвидкісний ВІМ. Тобто мова йде про те, що тебе зважують не безпосередньо під час руху по дорозі, а тобі доведеться заїхати для зважування. Про це буде вказівка на екрані або дорожніми знаками про те, що всі вантажівки мають проїхати зону зважування. Тобто в цьому плані ми то йдемо вперед, але дуже б хотілося отримати якісь також поради чи, можливо, ідеї, якщо вони є, щодо того, яким чином це реалізувати. Тому що по факту доводиться вигадувати самостійно. Але дякую, було корисно. Дякую.
Thank you so much, and I wish you great success in implementing this weight in motion, most advanced and most relevant systems. It's very important, especially if you have big road network. So regulator should pay,
Також дякуємо за презентацію. Я представник департаменту контролю Укртрансбезпеки. Стосовно інформація дуже цікава і обмін опитом стосовно роботи з смарт-тахографами другого покоління. Ми заходимо в 26-й рік, і вже 26-й рік нам покаже, як ми, я сподіваюся, плавно зможемо перейти до роботи вже в новому напрямку зі смарт-тахографом другого покоління. Ми на цьому вже працюємо, і я думаю, це буде дуже цікаво. буде досконала робота в цьому направленні. Дякую.
Thank you.
I researched some international trade-related topics in past, and I hadn't opportunity to get to know how it is arranged on the ground. So it was interesting to hear how it is working in practice and on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we have one more gentleman.
Дякую. Я представник транспортного університету теж. Хочу сказати, що всі ідеї цього заходу були корисні для моєї роботи, тому що в наш час, особливо коли все так швидко змінюється, треба давати інформацію нову студентам, тому мені здається, що такі заходи дуже корисні для роботи. Дякую.
Thank you for your opinion. So it seems we go through the roundtable, so-called roundtable. Thank you for your open opinion, and we understand that you basically have a lot of ideas, and you already have some really advanced solutions, or you will have in the near future. So I believe if you need any further cooperation, so we are open to do this. I don't know, maybe Jurgis and Ivras would like to share some final words.
Hello everyone. So it's a pleasure that I got mic, because yesterday I talked a lot, so today I have a rest. But it is a pleasure that you met interesting what the guys delivered. Just I would like to share, because I have an office in Ukraine and we started here our things in 2016. So now we have, when we started, it was around 50,000 trucks who are doing international transport. And now with a new figure, just today, I calculated, we have 105,000 number plates, which is going abroad. So it's like double during the war. But what we faced, that on the one VIN code, some of them have 5 number plates. So what is and why it's made, I don't know. But really, when you are checking by VIN code, you can find 5 number plates on the same truck. So I don't know, it's a permits or other things, but you can answer more. But still, I'm happy that this market is growing. So it's more and more for you will be important to do logistics. What we discussed yesterday about the customs, so we made a good effort to do it, trade faster, delivery faster, and all other stuff. So if you will go through this digitalization field, and you will understand that permits should be digital, or you will show your interest, we can help you to attach your thoughts or your platform to Poland or to Lithuania as well. So yeah, please welcome. And other thing, yeah, we have to be ready for EFTI. So this is for our transport sector, or when we are talking about digital. So EFTI is crucial, it's important. This hopefully will bring eCMR. And after that, when we have all digital data, so why not to put all the international transport license, permits, temp or other needs, what you have to declare or you have to get the permit. So yeah, we are inviting to cooperate. We are happy to share, happy to be with GAZ. So we have very good background and somehow funding. So we have knowledges, you have people who are really doing. So yeah, we can totally cooperate and find out what to do it in the future. That our transport works more efficient and more effective. Yeah, Ivaras, now it's your turn. Your dance, your last dance.
Okay, thank you, Jurgis, for the last answer for me. So, I thank you for coming, and I hope that you will find at least one topic, one tool to use in Ukraine, actually. And when I did a presentation about road safety, I forgot one practical example in Lithuania, because several years I was responsible for road safety in Lithuania as well, for the national road network. So, and we presented with Julius and me, that's one of tools, average speed cameras. And I will give my experience of real example. And as I was responsible for the road safety, we with our team installed, let's say, 100 sections of average speed control in Lithuania. And before that, in those 100 average speed control sections, in each section we have road fatalities. That means people were killed on those sections. And after installation, during the 2 years of period after installation, only in one section we had road fatalities. And in 99 sections, there are no fatalities. So if you want to save people's lives on the road, bring this idea to Ukraine, to your colleagues, and do that. And you will get a medal, gold medal, for the huge success, because it's the most effective way to save lives on the road network. Believe me, yeah. You can build the biggest, the most expensive infrastructure ever, let's say, measures. But the average speed control is the most effective way. And it's not so expensive at all. Just to install one section, it costs at least, let's say, 50,000-60,000 euros only. So this idea is very good. And if you want to be, let's say, a winner, a very famous, let's say, man or woman in the Ukraine regarding road safety, do that. And you will get a reward of that. So thank you very much for the coming, and I hope you will, let's say, achieve good results in road safety, digitalization, and so on. Thank you. Yeah? I think that's all from our side.
Let me also have a few closing words. First of all, dear participants, thank you very much indeed, and not only for your participation, but for being so active. It is exactly what we are looking forward, and it is exactly why we are doing these events, and we are always happy to see that you are engaged, and we do hope that the knowledge which you gain today will help you in your everyday work. This is not the last activity which EastTNT project is organizing in Ukraine. We'll be most happy to see you at our next events during next years, and we will definitely submit the invitations for you for these events. On behalf of GIZ, thank you very much once again for your participation. Have a very nice remaining evening, and Slava Ukraini!